All right, we're going to start our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's July 15, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. It's really hot in here because the AC is not working right now. So if anybody needs to get up and take a break, do it. We have our fire personnel here. We've got waters for everybody. We'll just all deal with it the best we can and do the best we can with this public meeting. So thank you, everybody, for dealing with us with this. Okay, our first order of business is the invocation from Pastor Joe Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia. Pastor Joe?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Can you turn it on?
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come before you just to thank you, Heavenly Father, for this honor, Heavenly Father, to be here present, Heavenly Father. And God, I just want to put our mayor, our city council in your hands, asking you, Heavenly Father, just to pour your spirit upon each one of them, Heavenly Father, as they make decisions and they go, Heavenly Father, do your work. I ask you in the name of Jesus Christ, Heavenly Father, that you, Heavenly Father, be with every person that's in here, Heavenly Father, dealing with the heat. Give them the strength, Heavenly Father, to overcome that. I thank you, Heavenly Father, once again for our president that's doing well, Heavenly Father. And we just put everything in your hands, Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ. We love you with our hearts, and we all say,
Amen.
Amen. Praise the Lord.
Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Here. Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Mayor Robertson.
I'm here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted on in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and direct their comments towards the city council only. Does anybody have any oral communications at this time?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abraham Slagbini. I reside at 1708 Aspen Street. On June 17th, we presented a couple of questions for the city council and the honorable mayor. I was wondering if there's any updates.
Have those questions been submitted to the city administration for further review, Mr. Sabini?
It has not. It was presented to the city council and to the city clerk.
I have not seen the presentation of those, so if you want to submit to the city clerk and the whole council can see those questions, that might give us a starting point. Would you please submit your questions to the city clerk once again, sir? And I apologize if they have not been shown to the council up till now.
We will make copies and present it to everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Rosa Gallardo Robertson. So I did my in writing, I did a Public Records Act to the city clerk so I could get my questions answered. And so my questions were, I wanted to know how much the city of Selma, us citizens are paying for insurance. So I just wanted to read off, auto physical damage program, $89,991, and this is quarterly. Employee Assistant Program, $2,830. Employee Practice Liability Program, EPLI, $66,182. General Admission, $26,917. Liability Program, $144,000, $773. Low Value Vehicle Coverage Program, $90. Property Program, $165,794. Workers' Comp Program, $219,981. So again, this is quarterly. So a whopping $2,786,264 per year that we citizens pay. And if I calculate more or less, and I could be wrong, you could correct me, the next PRA that I request, I'm looking at maybe 20% to the general fund is paid. This does not include health insurance, but what I do appreciate, there was one check in here and the only one, a check on dated 9/21, 2023, check number 82595 for $364,785,000 signed by Pro Tem Cho and City Manager. I appreciate the fact that for that check was a detailed description. A detailed description for second quarterly, $144,773. Workers' Compensation Program for $219,981, and then a business travel for $31. So my question here on that total claim was $364,785 sent to the CSJVRMA. So I do appreciate that there was a detailed description for that. On the workers' comp, maybe if they could put a description on there, like how many people for each quarter are on workers' comp. I understand that we can't get their names, but just the number. Maybe quarterly, we could see it go up
Thank you
or
for your
down.
comments.
Okay, thank you.
Next, please.
Stella Romero, Selma, California. I just have a quick question. Is there a plan or an idea of what's going to happen when the city attorney goes on maternity leave? What's going to be the process? Are they going to get a substitute, or what's going to happen with that?
Thank you for your question. You want to take that? If you're okay, it's personnel issues.
Totally okay. While I don't think it's really appropriate to ask about my medical leave, I am not going on maternity leave, and I don't plan on it.
Next. Mr. Avalos.
Well put, young lady. Jim Avalos, 1701. You know, I have a little concern here a little bit, when people request, acts, from the city, regulations, acts and stuff like this, and it's not done in a timely manner, because I know things have to be done in a timely manner and submitted in writing. I get this. And when it's not done and it's longer than it's 30 days, there's great concern in our city, because either they don't have the time or they're trying to hide something, you know what I mean? Bottom line.
Got to speak
can't
over
hear?
this fans,
Okay.
Mr. Avalos.
Yeah, okay, sorry. How about now? Better? Okay.
pending with the fans tonight.
Once again, when somebody requests, public acts records in a timely manner, and it's not done, and the time frame is supposed to be done, there's great concerns, on the city's behalf, because it shows that we're not doing our job, or we're trying to hide some stuff to the public. We don't want to be, we got to be transparent, guys, all the time. And we got to be, whatever times people ask, we got to do it in a timely manner. And and the other issue too is, the citizens are here. There's a great concern. I'm waiting for the trash people to do their presentation a little bit. I have little concerns on their behalf, on the citizens as well. But once again, guys, we're up there to do our job. And we represent the people, not ourselves. Yeah, we're here to help the people, not yourself. Just remember that. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else for oral communications at this time?
Good evening, everybody. I'm here for the trash company as well, talking about it. I have business in down the street.
If you're going to talk about that item, that's agenda item 1. You can wait for your comments until that time. This would be for comments unrelated to agenda items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Joe Alvarez, 13838 South Locan, Selma, California. I'm here about seeing how I can get put on the list for the Selma Legacy programs that you guys have created. We used to have a March for Jesus. 2 years ago, it was, I guess they didn't make the cut. And I've been trying to patiently work with the staff and trying to get something figured out so we can go ahead and go forward with that. But our sophisticated staff that we have right now has not been able to answer me any kind of questions or lead me in the right direction or anything of that nature, which makes me a little upset because it was a great program that ran from 2011 to you guys decided to make this legacy program and take some in consideration and take some not into consideration. It was a program that gathered a lot of people. I know the mayor and some of the city councilmen participated in it. And I just would like to see our program go back on the Selma Legacy program that you guys created. Without the red tape, please try and make it as easy as possible. I always tell my staff members, speak to the people like if you were speaking to a 5-year-old. Make everything as simple as possible and stop with the red tape. I mean, even a yard sale is so complicated to get through now. I would really like somebody to give us some direction and put that on the agenda so we can go forward and have that great activity that we had here in the city of Selma that has been missing for the 2 years and has been really, I get calls all the time, Pastor, when are we gonna do the March for Jesus? When are we gonna do, I said, well, as soon as we get some information, but I would love some direction and I would love to put that back on the legacy program or wherever you guys created. Thank you.
Just council, just for clarification, the fact that an event is not considered a legacy program does not preclude it from occurring within the city. Just to clarify, thank you.
You had your talk, sir. We'll get back to it. Yes, sir.
Brian Ceballos, Selma resident. So did John Trujillo's feelings and ego get hurt, and that is why he's trying to silence us? For those that don't know, read the topic of today's agenda. It's flattering, if anything, and it's a compliment to know that he needs to call PD because he feels threatened by the public. Yet he is able to provoke, make gestures, harass, and bully the public first. At the last meeting on July 1st, 2024, he is quick to turn around, throw a fit, and run to the city attorney to get him out of the mess he puts himself in. But the city attorney won't defend us when we're being attacked by him. But she's fast to defend Trujillo, making it clear to us that she is also on their side. Trujillo is a grown man who says to act professional, but at the same time throws his tantrums when he can't take the pressure and when he doesn't get his way and feels intimidated. This is a repeated pattern that displays time and time again. To the city attorney, to the city manager, Cho Mendoza Navarro, where is our apology from Trujillo? Just how the city manager received his for his supposed bullied and harassment claim. When it's on the record, John Trujillo started attacking us first, making a false statement that we were making gestures and called us cheerleaders. So where's our apology? Now, just in case Mendoza Navarro and Cho decide to run again this election, this is from their last campaign. Mendoza Navarro states, I plan to work as a team with all city staff, my fellow council members, the mayor, and all stakeholders to get things done. All while being responsible and being transparent. Let's bring businesses back to Selma. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen anything. Now from Cho. Cho states, a voice for the community. If elected to the Selma City Council, I promise to be an independent voice, and to be fair. It is time to put an end to the dissensions that have affected so many important decisions for our city. I hope to create a united front with our council and pursue solutions, not conflicts for our city. A voice that cares and hears your concerns. As you heard by them, they have not done any of this and obviously don't care about the city or the citizens. And it was all just a lie just to win your vote. So do us all a favor and don't waste your time in running again. And if you do decide to run, keep running. We don't plan on voting for you. Your own mindsets and decisions have been your own downfall. You turned your backs against us, not the other way around. So don't blame us for your decisions. You don't scare us and you don't intimidate us. You just continue to fuel our fire even more. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers? Do we have anyone online or on the phone who would like to speak at this time?
As a reminder to the caller online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue.
Barone?
Michael Barone at 2003 Alton. I just want to go along with Pastor. Can you hear me now? Okay. I just want to go along with what Pastor Joe brought about. We need a march for Jesus. Our community needs a moral solidarity to look to things that are of value. And really, as members of the council, let's do something for the community. Let's really work. And I think this bringing the neighborhood back together and that March for Jesus brought cohesiveness in the community. And that's a blessing for all, because that we need the Lord. In God we trust. Do we really trust, or are we just doing things our own way? Thank you.
Anyone else? With that, we will move on to special presentations. We have none scheduled tonight, and then we'll move on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have an item or items they would like removed from the calendar tonight?
I'd like to remove item G.
Any other items? Is there a motion to approve items A through F?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item G.
Okay, I just have one on the Cal card, page 155. It's the first one on top where it's for Terry Rockfeld. And it looks like she's purchasing maybe dog food from Tractor Supply. And my question is why are we not using Elm Feed here in Selma, our local business? I feel that we need to support our businesses that are bringing revenue to our city. So I'm just asking that question.
Yes, Councilmember Guerra, my understanding is we do use Elm Feed for a large part of our purchases for the animal shelter. I can't tell you specifically why in that instance Tractor Supply was used, but I know we do use our local businesses. It may have been that there was a specific item that was not available at Elm Feed, but I can follow up with the Animal Services Director on that.
Okay, just a concern, because
Sure.
like I said, I'd like to keep our business local, especially support our businesses here downtown.
Understood.
And
We
that's
do.
just something we should do. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
I just had one item, page 149. It's like, it's on the cow card. It's Nelson's Ace Hardware. The employee name is Jesus Hernandez. It supplies, repair city benches for $277.65. I'd just like to say thank you to Public Works for fixing those benches. We had that citizen concern and that bench is back and looks really good next to KFC. So thank you for your work on that. Do we have any other items? Is there a motion to approve item G?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna move on now to our regular business agenda. The first item is the Mid-Valley Disposal Rollout Update.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have, as requested by the council, we have an update with regard to the rollout of Mid-Valley's trash collection services. We have staff representatives of Mid-Valley Disposal here who will be making a presentation. As you know, before Mr. Kalpakoff gets started on his presentation, I'd like to thank the staff of Mid-Valley for a transition process that has been, for the most part, very smooth. They've worked really hard to address concerns. I don't know, I don't work in the trash collection industry, but I know, changing service from one provider to another for 24,000 residents cannot be an easy task. So I thank them for everything that they've done to make the transition easier for everyone. But without further ado, Mr. Kalpakoff, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, Joseph Kalpakoff, owner, president of Mid-Valley Disposal. I have a quick PowerPoint for you guys tonight. I'm going to talk a little louder.
Darn fans.
I know. We put together a PowerPoint. As you know, we transitioned services the last 2 weeks of June, residentially and commercially, probably all of June. As that happens, there are a lot of meetings, a lot of interaction, a lot of communications between us, your staff, and the public. So tonight's kind of an overview of what transpired, the rollout, and just some updates on how services are. This is our starting our third week today. Do I have it or do you have it? You got it. Okay, so really quick, some of our team members are here tonight. Isaac Kulikoff, Thomas, and Alfredo. That is a picture of us and our drivers morning 1 of July 1st. We took a nice pic getting ready to go to start servicing the City of Selma's residential. Next. What I mentioned earlier is all the meetings, all the collaborative with the city staff. It made our transition, the internal stuff you don't see, late night calls, early morning phone calls, Zoom meetings with your staff. They were great to work with. And we want to shout out to those guys. And so thank you, the City of Selma staff, for all your hard work. It made our job much easier. So the education material, it started in April with the first mailing coming soon. We had some rollout packets that went with the carts and the bins that went to commercial and residential services, a kind of a guide of what goes in each container. There is a set out guide of where to put the carts, certain feet apart. There was a map of the day changes. There was a couple houses that we rebalanced some routes. So maybe they went from a Monday to a Thursday or a Tuesday to a Monday, but we wanted to have the most even number of homes on each route. So Monday through Friday looked identical when our drivers started that route. It probably hadn't been balanced in 10 years plus. So as the city grows, add more homes, we want to make sure we have, at least get a fresh base for our drivers so they know that they're coming in at, 9 hours, 10 hours, whatever their route is every day. It's going to be the same for them. So we had almost seamless of the day changes that went out. We had a couple that we went reminded, showed them the right days, provided another flyer, did a few extra pullouts for those guys that had them on the wrong day, and to make sure that they understood that their day had changed. We started in the community too back in 2023 at a car show. We went Earth Day, Raisin Festival. We had a town hall on 5/11. We attended the block party on the 28th. We had McCall Village Town Hall, and we were part of the Indians Day celebration. Again, cart deliveries, we started on June 15th. New carts were rolled out. Once they got their new carts the following day, your incumbent service provider had a team remove those carts. So they weren't without carts at any time. The new service days, we rolled out all the new carts are 1383 compliant. It has all the right colors and the right language that's required by the state, which puts the city in compliance with 1383. Again, door hanger went on with all the carts, explaining the door change, the day change again, and then just the information again multiple times on what days were coming, when their collection day is, so forth. Old container removal, as that went into the last week of June,
Thank you.
Waste Management removed their carts. We delivered ours. There was a few that were left in the streets and weren't picked up on that Thursday and Friday. We had a crew go out and Mid-Valley crew actually pick up and service around 3,000 carts. And brought them to a yard and told Waste Management where they were getting them. Their contractor, I think, maybe left a day early or something. We cleaned it up, and you guys probably didn't even see that on your end, but it happened.
You.
I'm kidding.
She's giving out fans.
We're getting fans right now. No, it's good. I can take a quick break. Again, commercial, industrial, same thing happened there. We had containers rolled out to businesses through the month of June. Recycling bins went out towards the end of June. New service day packets, information on what goes in each cart. We have a lot of the right sizing that's happening now too. So they have a recycling bin, a green waste bin. They're like, I have a little bit of room extra in my garbage bin. Is there a smaller garbage bin I can get? And our staff goes out on site and makes sure that level of service that they need is provided. With these rollouts, we prepare for the worst. Again, there was 614 bins listed on the implementation form, and we actually rolled out 744 bins. So there were quite a few extra out on the street that were there, and we had them in stock. This happens normally when we do these rollouts, so we had those bins ready to go, and everybody got a garbage bin that needed one. Roll off, same thing. The large bins, 30 plus of those went out. They started out in June as well. As Waste Management did their last service, we rolled out ours and put ours in that spot. All right, that's residential, commercial. Now the fun part hits. So alley collection. We had a few meetings with our staff internally, with the city staff internally, on what direction to go with alley collection or curbside. And it was a great couple meetings discussing the benefits and some shortfalls that may come up with it. This is the benefit list that we're going to go over tonight. It reduces illegal scavenging. When the carts are out on the street, people aren't going through the alleys, pulling stuff out, putting illegal stuff in the carts in the wrong container. CNG vehicles. So we have clean natural gas vehicles. Those vehicles run around 12 inches taller than a traditional garbage truck. A diesel one would run. Our concerns were going through the alleys and hitting wires. We had complaints coming in for the first 6 months of the incumbent hauler having a lot of issues with wires coming down in the alleys, hitting trees, knocking lights off, things of that nature. Asphalt and alleys are not rated for commercial use. An average passenger car weighs around 25 to 3,500 pounds. A garbage truck will weigh 57,000 pounds. So almost more than 12 times the weight of a passenger vehicle. The alleys are not commercial grade. Roadside, curbside are commercial grade. Just fewer passes going in front of the house and in the alley. Some of the alleys have dead ends. Turn around, come back on both sides of the alley, so you're making multiple passes. We looked at, the city asked about would that decrease the maintenance cost? I don't know the answer to that question, but common sense is there will be less maintenance with a garbage truck on the curbside than in an alley. And then the last thing is 1383. This is a state law. This is not something that I chose to do. This is something that was passed in 16, implemented in 22, and it requires us to take pictures and monitor containers. And doing that, having it curbside, we have a shot. Our trucks all have video monitoring on them, so we can take a snapshot. If there is a vehicle parked in front of a car, we can't get it. If that cart is tipped over when we get there, if there is a roll of carpet coming out the green waste cart, right? We're supposed to take pictures of that and report that to the state. So having that curbside for us as your compliance team with 1383 really makes it advantageous for us to get those right pictures and in the right areas. In the alley, it's all along an alley. Multiple carts will go to different houses. Sometimes they get rolled out and left there all week long, which happens, is normal. During that time, people can go back in those alleys, driving through, dispose of trash in a recycling cart, dispose of trash in a blue cart. So we have found that curbside with compliance with 1383 works better for the city in terms of compliance with the state. Now with that, we are only in we started week 3 today, right? Today's week 3. It's the first day, it's Monday. So we only have 2 weeks of service behind us that can show if this was successful, if it needs improvement, if there are things that we can adjust, and we are willing to do that. So there were some things about walk-in service. I'm disabled, or I'm too old, I can't get my card out. We are establishing criteria right now with the city on what that is, what that looks like, and we'll implement that. We have no problem doing that when the criteria is met of somebody not physically being able to get their cart to the curb. We distribute flyers. We're going to have a longer grace period than normal with this, because it is a change, and there is a change with that. So contamination, going out and just having a rover, guys on my team out in the public, out in front of this is important, and that's what we're doing. We're monitoring, obviously, neighborhood engagement. We set up communication between the city and through us. So each issue that comes up regarding that goes right to our office. I can tell you to date that we had 6 calls that came in the first 4 weeks, came into our office. The city had a few on their end as well, but we've heard from the public that there was some concerns as well. So that's why we're here tonight, to address it. My solution would be to, obviously at this point, give it some time. Let us get the bugs out of it. Let us do a customer survey in maybe 60 days to figure out what the public's thinking on those alley collections, and see what works. If there's a big, huge majority, then maybe we take a change to it. There are some tweaks that we need to do as well. Again, this is week 3, beginning of week 3. There are some high traffic areas that we want to look at, but we want to get some information, some data back from it. McCall, Floral, those big, heavy arteries into the freeway. Is it better on those areas to have it in the alley, or is it better to have it on the street? So those are the things that we're currently monitoring. And there may be some other small situations, some areas around town where, around schools, maybe it makes sense to do that. So at this point, I know it was a big transition. We educated, we did as much as we can. Now we're kind of looking at some data points and figuring out what's really going on, how it's working. But again, we are flexible in our approach moving forward. The last one is a quick. It's a lot of data here. I'm not going to go through all of it. 32,000 residential pickups. So we had some bulky items. We removed 2,700 carts. Driver verifies this. We had increases, decreases, missed pickups. We had a recycling department, redelivery, reminders. You name it. We had a little bit of everything for the first 2 weeks. So we keep track and data points on everything. Every call that comes in, every phone number that comes to our office is has it gets recorded, and there's a phone number, where it came from and how long and who took the call and where the work order went. So we can back into some of this data to make sure our customer service team is doing the best they can. With that, I'm done with my presentation tonight. We are here to answer questions, to provide information as needed, but we'll kick it back to the city at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Kalpakov. Appreciate that. With that, we'll bring the matter back to the city council. If you have any comments before we open this up to the many citizens who are here tonight to weigh in. 1 second, sir. Would anyone like to say anything before we open up the discussion to the public? With that, we will open up the discussion to the public for your input on this item. Please come forward at this time.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here, business owner, 15 years in Selma. I have Western management before this Mid-Valley took over. We used to pay $500 a month, including the trash and the recycling.
What's your business again, sir?
It's Burger Time in the corner of Mickle and the
Got it.
East.
Thank you.
I pay him $500 a month for 15 years almost. Now the Mid-Valley, the new one, don't give me the recycling, what you call it, bureau, and they charge me a $500, similar what the old company charged. And now they said if they want both, they will be $1,000. So I need to know what kind of deal we have with this company if they don't take over West Management before and they come better. What the reason we have another company didn't meet our need? And they kept me without recycling pen for 1 week. Now all my recycling is full. They don't pick it up. Whether I pay $1,000 a month or there is no recycling pen for that. I need to know. I need some help from the city and to see what the best option we can do for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dale Neufeld, and I property manage 12 condos on Rose Avenue. Condos were built in 78. They were serviced by the alley for the garbage. The condos are tied together with townhouses and single flats for the people and the condos. In order to get the cans out, they either have to pull them through their condos or go completely around the block. I just want to know if that could be serviced through the alley again. Because in going on Rose Avenue is the main avenue coming through. It doesn't look too well, I gotta say. We're right across from the hospital.
Thank you for your comments. Across from the hospital.
Hospital.
You know those red brick townhomes. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Chapa. I live on 3908 Mulberry. I was very disappointed. Well, first of all, can I turn my back on you?
Address the
Oh,
council.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
was very disappointed when they were delivering the cards on our cul-de-sac. We heard a loud noise, so my husband and I went out. My husband's in a wheelchair, and they were delivering the cards, and they were leaving pamphlets on them, you know, the instructions like the gentleman was telling us. And my husband pulled out the pamphlet, and all he could see was Spanish. And he says, "Hey, Mary, you know what? You know, I can't read Spanish. Why don't you ask them to give me an English?" Because I go, "Oh, Daniel, don't worry about it." So he gets off, tries to follow the gentleman in the truck, and he waves, says, "Hey, I need an English. I don't understand. I can't read Spanish." And the gentleman just turns around and he goes, "Just toss it." He was so rude to my husband. And my husband was going in a hurry to catch up to the truck so that he could get another pamphlet. And that was very disappointing. And I demand an apology from these people because they felt really bad. It was really hot. He's trying to save him time. I'll go get it from him, and the gentleman just kept going. He turns around it, you know? And I told the little children, there was 2 young boys with them. They didn't even care. They didn't even listen. And I did call. I got on the phone and I called right away, and up to right now, I have not heard an apology from to my husband. Another thing, I do not like the curbside, because I need to bring my containers down into the street, and that's the very same day that the sweeper comes in. And this month, our street didn't get swept. It's just, it needs to be clean. So my question to you, is the city gonna come back and send the sweeper back so they can sweep where they pick up the garbage or the containers?
What road do you live on again, ma'am?
Mulberry Street.
Mulberry.
It's a cul-de-sac. Yeah.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Isaías Talamantes. I go by the nickname Mike Talamantes. I live at 2420 Country Club Lane. Waste management, never had a problem going through the alleys. I'm disabled. I got Parkinson. I'm 73. I'm gonna be 74 pretty soon. And I think it's a bad idea.
Address
that,
us, Ike.
That Mid-Valley, that's terrible. I'm not gonna take my garbage cans to the front. It's about 1,000 feet walking or more. I'm just gonna leave them right there on the alley.
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. Okay, a few weeks ago, when all this started with Mid-Valley, I emailed Raina, city clerk, for the contract. And with Mid-Valley contract. So when I was looking through the contract, I noticed that there was, on the table of content, it said 151 pages. I only received 117 pages. So I notified Raina via email, and she said, oh, there was an error. You're right. It's supposed to be 117 pages. So I said, so what's in the, the pages that are in the table of contents? If I look for that in the contract, they should be there. She said, yes. So I looked through it, and there's no other way to put it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's a hot mess. Mid-Valley contract is a hot mess. The labeling is wrong. The pages are wrong. They're not consistent. For example, if I go to look for something on page 100 and what is it? 100 and page 80, that what's on the table of content. When I go to page 80, it's not there. So I have to thumb through it and I have to look for it. So it's a mess. My question is, who reviewed this? It's been signed by city manager. I'm sure it was signed by Mid-Valley. Mid-Valley, if they have a copy of this, it's totally wrong. Did the city attorney review this before it went into signature? And it's not, this is another mistake aside from the tax assessment. How many more mistakes are out there that we don't know about in billing and other things? Who's reviewing his work? And if I want to take it further, which I don't know if I can or not, but how do you reward somebody this way? How do you promote somebody with an increase in their wages when there's nobody reviewing this? Had I not gone in there and reviewed this, who would have found this mistake? That's my concern. And I'm going to point out, Blanca and Venosa Navarro, oh, city manager is doing a great job. His staff is doing a great job. Bills are getting paid, et cetera, et cetera. Why? Because Navarro sees electricity on. She goes to the restroom and sees the water running. What about the other things that are not getting paid? Is the insurance getting paid? Our city insurance? Are other things getting paid? That's my concern. I don't know what this, and I asked Raina, I said, so when is this going to be fixed? Who's going to fix this contract? I have not received a response yet. So I don't know what's going on. If you go and you look at your copy, it's a mess. I don't know how that got passed through signatures. Thank you.
Next, please.
Jennifer Guerra, 1364 Stillman. So Mid Valley is the one that decided to go curbside. But the last time I was in Kingsburg, they were picking up trash in the alley, so I don't see what the problem is there. I turned in a petition from my neighbors who feel the same way, that we need to keep it in the alley. I have neighbors who have left their trash in the front and noticed that the trash had fallen out, and that's going into the drain. So that's a contamination problem. In addition, I live in front of a school and cars park right in front of my house. So how are they going to collect my trash? I don't understand why we're going to curbside. This is not working. And I have, like I said, I have family that's disabled. I have back issues myself. It's fine in the alley. There's not going to be problems with other neighbors. I put my address on there. I lock it behind a fence. So there's no way anyone can access it. The water company, as far as that goes, there should be no issue with that because my water line was put to the front. So I need to know why our trash is not being picked up in the alley, whereas Kingsburg's is. If the trucks weigh the same, you know, why isn't this being allowed here in Selma? Thank you.
Michael Barone at 2003 Alton and Selma. I just want to make the issue of, if somebody really looks at right now, look down McCall, heavy traffic. Those trash cans are right now sitting outside in the curb. Imagine this on a foggy day. What kind of mess it's going to be? A trash truck, truck picking up trash, school buses coming in all at this time, dense fog. What's going to happen? Common sense, an accident. That's what's going to happen. People are going to be endangered. I think it's time that we kind of realize that the trash should be back in the alleys. I know their trucks are bigger. Power lines have to be probably adjusted or picked up or whatever, but that is for the safety of everyone. Hopefully it doesn't come out that on McCall, on Floral, on Rose, in front of schools, where trash cans are going to be put out there. It's going to be a hazard. The hazard caused by somebody didn't read where those trash cans were going to be put in the first place. Common sense is put them back in the alley, and that's where it should be. That is the safest place for everyone. And also, I'd like to find out, why is there the bidding process for collecting trash, the contractors? Tell us why Mid Valley had the bid. What happened to Waste Management? What happened to Cagulia? What happened to other persons? Because I think there's an ordinance in the city ordinance which says the lowest bid, that's the one who's supposed to get the contract. Did Mid Valley have the lowest bid? Did you guys read I'd like to ask the council people and the city manager, did Mid Valley offer the lowest bid? Can you tell me, Fernando? City manager, did they have the lowest bid? Because the ordinance says the lowest bid should go to the one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if you'd like me to address
If you-
any
If you want to
questions, I'd
respond,
be
or we
happy
can get
to,
the
or the
oral
city attorney.
communications,
Yeah.
and then you can weigh in after that. Did you want to weigh in now, or do you want to wait? till
Sure,
the oral
it's up to you,
communication?
Mayor, however you'd like to.
You can address it now
Okay.
if you like.
So as you recall, council, we went through a very extensive request for proposal process for the trash collection services. It wasn't a sealed bid or a bidding process, it's not required for the city to go through a sealed bid process. The reason we went for a request for proposals was because we wanted to also take into account not just the pricing, but also customer service, the quality of the vehicles and the availability of the vehicles, and other operational matters that are important aside from just the lowest prices, because sometimes you get what you pay for when you get the lowest price. Thankfully, Mid-Valley's costs were lower than Waste Management than the previous incumbent. But the selection process included a panel of community members who reviewed every proposal. They scored it. They presented the recommendations to the city council, then the city council selected Mid-Valley based off of that process. So it was a months-long process, as you recall. And again, would like to reiterate that Mid-Valley's pricing is actually lower than Waste Management's process.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back to oral communications now.
All right. Brian Ceballos, I'm a resident. Well, I'm glad Fernando touched on customer service because our old trash cans actually just got picked up last week. I called Waste Management because that's what Mid-Valley told me to do. And Waste Management said that no, that the new hauler had to bring the new trash cans. They had to take them back. So I called Mid-Valley and Mid-Valley said no, that Waste Management had to pick up the trash cans. So I was told by a friend, just reach out online and to Mid-Valley on social media, Facebook, and message them. So I did. So they told me that they would send somebody out to pick up the trash cans, the old ones, and hopefully everything could be resolved. So I wasn't secure with that. So I ended up calling Mid-Valley on the phone, talked to somebody named Terry, and it was very rude, by the way. She wouldn't even give me her last name. And I told her, you know what, our trash cans are still out, or actually our whole neighborhood trash cans are still out here. And when are they gonna pick them up? Our new ones have been delivered, but the old ones are still there. And she said, well, we'll send somebody out. That's all I got. So the next day they were picked up. But this whole process this whole transition actually has been a complete mess because you have seniors, individuals with diseases, they're ill. They shouldn't be out there, right, in this heat, getting, signatures for petitioning, shaking out their trash cans, because if something happens, what's gonna happen to them? That's gonna be a liability. If God forbid something happens to them, that's not right. So the three of you that voted for this, including the city manager, what are you guys gonna do about that when there's an individual that unfortunately, hopefully not, doesn't, pass away? So thank you.
Council, just to clarify, the city manager's office did not have a vote or a say in the selection of the new waste hauler.
Anyone else like to speak? Ms. Guerra? Thank you for coming to the meeting tonight and weighing in.
Thank you. My name's Kelly Guerra and I live at 2145 Cypress Street. As Mid-Valley stated, they will see how everything goes between 30 to 60 days. Well, I don't have 30 to 60 days to wait. I'm disabled. The last 2 weeks, I've had to ask my neighbor to push my garbage to the front for me because I have a gardener that needs my trash can empty. So that's the only reason why I moved it, or it would have stayed in the alley. That I'm disabled and I'm on the liver transplant list and have been for over 13 years. There is that ADA, American Disability Act. I want to know if this is with the City of Selma that decided to have the garbages picked up in the front, or is it Mid-Valley? This way I know who to call in regards to the $75,000 fine for the first violation, which now coming to this week, it will be the third, and $150,000 for additional fines, non-compliance for citizens with disabilities. So I need to find out who do I need to call in regards to getting who I'm going to be suing on this. Waste management has cameras too. They had no problems. In fact, Amanda Guerra, which is my niece, she was the one I would contact in regards to the cameras when they would come through And if there was any issues, she said there was cameras right there. So if there's any problems with the cameras and wires being up on top, that's something I think that Mid Valley should have to call in regards to fixing those so they can go through the alley. And what else? The wires in the alley are not my problem. You guys can call them since you have the cameras and it's you guys picking it up. And since last time I was here 2 weeks ago to the City of Selma, what have you decided on doing for the disabled and seniors in regards to picking up their garbages? If nothing is going to be done, like I said, I'm going to move forward with this. And I've already talked to someone where I just have to give them a call tonight and let them know what we're doing. I'm going to get this out to everybody else. I have petition here too, where I have signatures from my neighbors, disabled, lots of them, and seniors on my block. The opposite side of me is Floral. So my neighbor, he's on Floral. He's been asking me if he can push his garbages over around the corner to my side. And I said, that's fine, but he's pushing mine all the way to the front for me. And that's ridiculous. This is something I should not have to worry about. And when I saw this man last time that walked in here and he had those signatures and he went out in the hot sun and got those signatures, he could have fainted. I saw him in the parking lot, turning his old truck with his keys.
Thank you, Ms. Karen.
Very sad, disappointed, and
Please don't forget to turn in a copy of that petition to the city clerk for the record. Thank you. Next, please.
Jim Avallo, 1701, Dinuba. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And I brought this amazing green organic waste that was given to the McCall Village tenants. This is kind of a joke, guys. You know, probably use this for Halloween maybe, but the seniors are not going to use this. It's too small and it's contamination. They're not going to keep it in their house. And also the workers in McCall Village picking up this organic, that's create more work in the long run. And then the other issue on McCall Village, I think they're residential. They're not commercial. And when they're residential, they should play a different price structure. And being Mid Valley wants to label them as commercial, they're not commercial. And the old last two trash companies accommodated everybody in the city of Selma, and they didn't change anything. They followed the rules, and a transition took place with no problem. Now with this new transition, there's major problems a little bit there. We have some issues. And the issues with, I manage an operation on a shopping center regarding burger time. He had some issues, recycling and issues and trash things that they were going to charge him extra. And not just him, other tenants in the shopping center that would never always been waived. There's no charge on it, service as needed. And there's another issue as far as their recycling. They haven't in the shopping center. It's filled up almost 2 weeks past, and they come and get it. It's overflowing and falling on the ground already. It's not good, guys. The last two groups took care of the problem with no problem. The service was excellent, no transition. We're having some issues right now. And as far as putting their garbage out there in the street and alleys, there's no saying. The old way alleys were fine because one individual made a statement earlier from Mid Valley that if they have cameras on the truck and the truck comes and there's a car parked in there, they're not gonna pick up that can. So he's got to wait a whole week with a full trash can, and it's gonna build up more. It's gonna create a problem with the health department, flies and mosquitoes. We're gonna have some more issues in our city of Selma. West Nile virus, baby, So I'm just kind of letting you know, we have to think this out a little more efficiency, I should say. We have some issues going on the table here, guys, and it's not working like it's supposed to.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, prior to the next speaker, I wanted to address the concern with regard to disabilities of residents. Our city ordinance does have guidelines for determining what qualifies as a disability. And I've spoken to Mid-Valley Disposal about the services that we provide, that the city and Mid-Valley provides to disabled customers. And Mid-Valley has been very clear and very adamant that if anybody does legitimately need those services, the drivers from Mid-Valley will assist in pulling out cards and returning them to the customer's home as necessary. But they have to let us know and provide that documentation per the city ordinance. So there is a process that we have for addressing disabled customers. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mercedes Zamora, and my address is 2034 Floral Avenue. I protest the trash is being in the front. I live on Floral, and there's too much traffic already due to the school is one. Second, when I took petitions, I went down the streets and collected my petitions, and I got feedback from older people that said that they could not roll out their trash cans to the front. And I had an 83-year senior citizen that told me that. They told me that not only her neighbor, and they had people, they asked Mid-Valley to bring their trash up on the other street so they didn't have to bring it up front. And to me, it's a safety issue, like someone said. During the fog, I won't even mention it. On McCall, oh, I like the landscape that we have on McCall because the trash cans have to be left every day, the whole week, because they don't take them back. And coming into Selma, I come into work, they look beautiful as landscape because they're going to stay there. And not only in that street, there's more streets in Selma that are doing that. And Kingsburg does not, I don't know what's wrong with this. And Kingsburg does not have trash cans in the street because I have property in Kingsburg and I know that for a fact. They do alley. They fought for it and they won. And I think all of us get together, we can do. And as for
The other microphone.
I know it's fun. And as for being cheaper, no, it is not cheaper. I have a business in there with management was charging me $0 for my cardboard and recycling. Mid-Valley is charging me $173 just for that bin. That's not including my organic or my other bins. But that's what they put on me. And that's not cheaper. If they say they pick the cheapest bid, I don't believe that. I don't believe that because there was somebody, one of the trashers companies that was 25% less than the bid. And that, to me, I don't think their bid went in Mid-Valley. The people that voted on it, you know who you are. You voted on it and you did not tell the people that you were doing that. If you would have told the people we were going to get a new waste management and the prices and informed everybody about inform them the safety and senior citizens.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Zamora. Ms. Garrett, thank you. I think she's good, right? Ms. Zamora, okay. Next, please. Can you switch out the mics, Deputy? Thank you.
I was up earlier talking about the condos on Rose Avenue.
Wait,
And
did
they
you already
talked
speak?
about
Did you already
parallel-
speak?
parallel-
You can only speak one time, sir, on the trash issue. Thank you, though. You can only speak one time. One bite of the apple. Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to speak on this topic? I know it's hot.
Is it off? Oh. Okay. Hi, I'm Betty Standridge, live at McCall Village. I just have kind of a simple question. One is, we have purchased some of these organic bags and we were told that we can't use these. They are 100% compostable and they're made out of plant material. And if they're put into a compost, they turn into water. And then we also have these paper bags that we would like to use for our organics. And they have a lining, but it's a starch lining made out of a vegetable product. So I just would like some clarification on this because a lot of us would like our trash to be a little cleaner and not so smelly. Okay,
Got it.
thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Beverly Barone, 2003 Alton Street. It's pretty obvious that no one is happy with this new company. No offense to the new company. I'm just saying that what we all had before, we were very, very happy with it. There may have been some hiccups many times throughout the years, but that's with everything. So I'm just gonna ask if the city and Mid-Valley would come together and consider all that the community members are telling you and have been telling you, that there are things that they have started doing through Mid-Valley, which, like I said, I know we've got the contract already, but I think that the city can come together and hopefully think of the community members and decide to do away with some of these things that they are telling us that they need to do now, such as that alley, putting those trash cans in the alley. It's just really, it's bizarre right now. And it is a safety issue. To me, it's a health and safety issue. And I think that's one of the biggest things that the city needs to come back and be aware of. You need to come together and do something about this because the citizens of Selma are not happy. And I think we do a lot of tax paying like everybody else does, but I think that that's something that you all need to consider and come together within yourselves and make some kind of adjustments. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Rosa Robertson. For the record, I believe, to be quite honest, at this point, you know, with this whole process, with the bid, Mid-Valley might have been lower than Waste Management. However, we didn't get to really see or hear Waste Management. If I understood correctly, they weren't going to have a rate increase for 2 years. So, you know, if Mid-Valley was going to be lower, but we have this mess that's happened in our town. And with the alley, we never had a problem with Waste Management, but also for the record, I would like to state that Caligula was actually 25% lower, if I'm correct, than Mid-Valley. And if not, you know, you can correct me on that. But if I'm looking at some of this stuff correctly, so when it's stated for the record that, yeah, they were lower, but again, we citizens should have been here to listen to all the bid process. I am very much aware who were on these committees. Trust me, I have the names down of everybody who was on these committees. And they were some very concerned, some are not stating anything because we get it. We know why. So again, when we have Caligula, that was 25% lower. It is just, I'm beside myself how all this even came about. I also have the contract here as well. And a lot of us are looking at this contract. And I'm just blown out of the water that when it came to the vote, that, you know, we just had a council member up there wanting to make the motion and not even, you know, have any questions. So very concerning how all this came about. Thank you.
Teresa Sala, 1701 Danube Avenue. Mid Valley just said that they had like 15,000 houses that they picked trash up at. And these people are saying that they're speaking for the community. There's what, 50 people here? If that. I would put more weight behind it if there were more people here, but there aren't. Compared to how many people got their trash picked up. If it was that big of a problem, I would think that more people or the city council or the city staff would have heard from them. I'm not saying that everything's perfect. Nobody likes change. Change is difficult. Things have been, I know Waste Management was not following the state guidelines. I know that for a fact. So Mid Valley's trying to right those wrongs. And in the process of trying to change over to a new company, I know it's not easy. I'm not saying it's perfect. I live at McCall Village. We've got this whole rigmarole going on there too. Jim showed the little pails. The pails are supposed to be for your wet trash from the kitchen that you put on a weekly basis and then take that out on the day that they pick up the organic waste. It's not meant to be a trash can to put everything in all week long, just for your little scraps that you have from the kitchen. So, I mean, it's helpful, at least it's something. The people that are up here are speaking very negatively about Mid Valley. I was on the committee that we were voted. They were given points on different criteria, not just on their rates, but on their customer service, on their equipment that they were going to be using. So it was a broad thing. It wasn't just like, this is how much you're going to charge, and that's why we're picking them. There was a lot of other issues that were debated during that time. Again, I'm not saying their trash company is perfect. Nobody's perfect. There are going to be hiccups, especially like he said, they're just starting week 3. They are taking all of our concerns into consideration, and hopefully people with alley pickup or senior citizens or whatever are going to they're going to work with them. I just do want to say one positive thing. They are on social media, and every day or every couple of days they make a tip, I guess, like your pizza boxes, if it has grease, then it goes in the trash. If it's cardboard or whatever, then it goes in recycling.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to make a comment at this time?
Robert Cortez, 1751 McCall. I'm talking more about the west side. There's a elderly lady. It's a 2400 block of Yerba. She's never had any problems having her trash picked up in the alleyway, but now that's changed. And now she has problems in the front because what's happening in the front is that there's a family who is a large family. And guess where they park their cars? Right in front of her house. And I think some of them are not gonna move their cars out of there just because an old lady tells them, hey, I gotta get my trash out. They could care less, probably some of them. But that's a problem she's having. And I'm pretty sure out in this Selma, there might be other people who have this problem, okay? So sometimes it's needed to have trash picked up in the alleyway because she's never had any problems at all. But now she does have problems. And I don't know how she's gonna straighten that out when the garbage man comes and there's cars in front of her house and they see that, how are they gonna pick up the trash? See, this is another thing. And maybe others out there, but this is one I'm picking up here, and that's on the west side. Okay, so I'm just saying that was this ever thought of before they made this thing about not picking up any trash in the alleyways. See, so because for some people, it's difficult for them to, and she's elderly too, so that makes it a little bit more harder for her. Plus, does she want to fight with her neighbors about them parking their cars there? And these are younger people, okay? So she's gonna have problems there. Trash man comes, he's gonna say, hey, well, I can't pick it up. Just move on. See, so there's a problem right there in some ways, okay? Just saying to think about this problem, okay? Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone?
As a reminder to the callers on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For those calling in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised at this time.
With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. I want to thank everyone for their input on this hot and steamy evening. Just underscores the commitment that people have to this issue, that it's a very important issue that they have come out on an evening like this and have actually stayed out and remained in this hot room in order to give their input. So thank you for that, and it's much appreciated. With that, we're referring the matter back to council. Do any council members have any input at this item about what we've heard tonight?
Mayor, I have a few questions.
Okay.
I just want to mention as well, is in reading this whole contract and looking it over, I did notice, I'm just asking, where does it state on here that we were supposed to change from the alleyway to curbside? Because I didn't find it in any of this at all. And that's my one question. The other question is, I think that there's folks, of course, that are confused in regards to what needs to go into the organic. Do you throw it, are you supposed to throw it in with bags or without bags? I mean, I think that we just need to give some more examples just to clarify that so people are not confused, because it is. I mean, we can just hear from today that a lot of people are not happy with the curbside. And I think that we need to listen to our citizens, just like we did for stabilized rent, you know? We realize that we need to help our seniors, our veterans, our disabled, and the rest of our communities. The citizens are important to us. It's not that we don't want Mid-Valley. It's just that we have to look at this and say, okay, what's going to be best for the city of Selma? And working together, I think that we can solve this. You know, we got to make our citizens happy, and that's what we need to do. So we're 3 weeks in, I get it. You know, there's going to be a lot of changes, and we need to kind of look at this and see what we can do. But I definitely would like to see the change of going back to the alleys, because that, I think, is the number one concern. I agree with the folks that are saying on Floral, Rose, McCall, those are very, very busy streets. And for safety reasons, I have to tell you, just witnessing it myself on Floral, taking my daughter to summer school. This is summer school. There was chaotic on Floral Avenue because the truck was trying to pick up towards Cork and Bottle and then holding back traffic. This is summer school. This is not even school in session. When school is in session, it's going to get even busier. And I'm afraid that there's going to be accidents like the citizens are stating. So I think, setting everything aside, we need to work together and let's resolve these issues. And we kind of have to, you know, I'd like to probably put it back on the table to see what adjustments we can make to make everybody happy. Those are just my comments.
Anybody else with a comment at this time?
I have a couple of, items, that I to take note from in regards to everyone's giving their input. A lot of people discussed about the safety issues, but for us, many months ago, we did our due diligence by bringing in a committee from the community. You may not like what the outcome was because the vendor's not the vendor that someone appreciates to have. But aside of us voting for the vendor that the committee elected, that we, the council, appointed an individual to represent the city and to review, we, the council members that were elected by the community, appointed an individual to represent our district, to represent and to go and break down the analysis of every hauler. And they brought those to us through a numbering system. I want to just make that clear. Number two is, we mentioned the fact of safety, but, we as a council, we come and we set policy and we talk about what the importance of how we can navigate the city for the future of Selma. And one of the things, as I was doing my due diligence in regards to talking to my city manager, I found that some of our own department heads have been talking about these things in the past, that there's concerns of, one, our alleyways don't take on the weightage of these vehicles and the amount of weight that it's going to take. It's going to make it more of a safety issue. So in regards to this discussion, we should also put in mind that, we probably have to budget and we have to put some resources into fixing our alleys. That's number one, right? But number two, it's when we talk about safety, we do have concerns of citizens that can't walk, but those are things that take on communication. We got 2 to 3 weeks of this service. Communication between our hauler, not us, our vendor. Our vendor's the one, and I can pledge to this. I called the vendor because 3 streets called and said they didn't have their trash cans. Someone came and just picked half of their trash. Waste management went and just picked up the green trash can, left the other 2. So I call, what do? They go pick the trash cans up. So I call, again, they go and take care of it. What do I see this last week? I see a mid-valley truck with a trailer picking up all the waste management cans. So for that, we could say there's a lot of negative going on of what's going on, but when have I had a service, as I'm a businessman, when have I had called cable company and get a wrong cable, or I don't get cable for another 2 days? It's just a learning curve. It's just the company is working its way out of it. But what I want to address to the community is this. We need communication, dialogue, collaboration, and exemptions where our community communicates with a vendor. They come to an agreement, they find out what individual really does need that service or really has that need where they cannot. We're going to have to take care of that citizen. But what I really want in this discussion, what I would really like is to give the vendor the right that he should be given, and give him the right to go and explore what really is out there, what is going on, and come back to us maybe a month or 2 and tell us, hey, we found this more out. Giving them 2-3 weeks. Right now, they're probably at a point where they're just trying to take up cleanup work. But in reality, and I have to concur with one of the citizens that came here and said, hey, I took everybody's names down that's come up and talk. The majority of those people come and talk on every item anyway, and it's always negative. But because I still have to represent the negative, and I still have to represent the individual that talks positive about the vendor, about the negative vendor, and the individual that's willing to listen. I have to deal with all members of our community. Now, this is not somewhere where we could just start arguing and fighting. This is a true collaboration where we have to get our vendor and tell him so what do we want to do? Do we want to give the vendor X amount of more months or weeks to see if they can collaborate and work with the citizens to iron this out and get it done? Because I'm certainly not going to entertain going back to the contract, because that was done correctly. What I want to talk about is the rollout
How is the rollout working out? What can they do? And how can they put their ears and work together and be a fantastic company that they've been doing for all the other cities that they've been doing. So for me, I'm just talking on my part, not anybody else's part. I listen to all the residents, and to the residents in my district that come and say that I do not represent them. You always have the ability to make a phone call to the city hall and make an appointment to meet with me and tell me your concern so I can meet with a vendor and talk to him. Rather than going on social media on your own, you always have the ability as an individual, human being, gentleman, class act individual, and call and ask us for your concern so we can relay that message to the vendor and give the vendor the honest ability to be successful. You're wanting to crucify a vendor in the last 2.5 weeks, and you haven't even given him a chance to roll out his program. I ask you for some patience, some respect to our vendor, and give them the ability to be prosperous and be able to service our community like they've been doing for other communities. I'm not asking for a fight. I'm just asking for let's get some dialogue, some communication, collaboration, and let's get this become positive. Thank you.
Any other council members with any input at this time?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Like, I think this is basically what we're supposed to be doing. We are communicating and, and that, like, our Mid-Valley is not hiding from you. They're here to listen to your concern. So basically, they are here to try to work with us to fix it. So like, Councilman Trio says, let's get them some time. This is a pretty good sized city, 2.5 weeks, that's like hardly any time. So just give them some time. And I feel like they are trying to work with you. So, okay.
Any other council members with any input at this time?
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to Mid-Valley for coming today and joining us. I know that you were expecting, a crowd to kind of beat you up a little bit, and you did very well. And I thank you for listening because you brought a solution, right? You're actually received our phone calls, you're listening to the public, you're listening to social media. And so you didn't come just to say, this is what we're doing and that's it. You came with the possible solution, right? You're coming with, let's do a survey. Let's figure out what's the best solution for what we're doing. People, somebody mentioned people don't like change. Absolutely, they do not like change. And especially the change that we had is, if it had just been, we're changing haulers, okay, we're changing haulers. But it came with changing haulers. It came with where the trash was being picked up. It came with the 1383, which is a huge component of this change, because I have people calling me, well, what am I supposed to throw away here? What am I supposed to throw away there? And for me, one of the things that, I read my paper that said, this is what you're supposed to throw away. I read my trash can, the lid tells you what you're supposed to throw away. Not only that, but I know that Mid-Valley has been putting a lot of communication out there as far as giving education. You have a lot of educational material out there. Like one of the citizens mentioned, you're posting things on social media. One of the things I've been talking about 1383 for at least 2.5 years. And even with our previous vendor, I kept asking, why are we not putting more information out there? Because we need to educate our families, our residents, because this is coming. 2024 is coming pretty quickly, and people are going to start getting fined, and they're going to be, saying, why are we getting fined? We're not getting the education that we needed. Again, 2.5 years I've been asking about this. And again, this came from Cal Recycle. This didn't come from Waste Management. This didn't come from the city. This doesn't come from Mid-Valley. And so I've been listening to the rules for at least 2.5, 3 years. I've been listening to this rule. So for me, when I made my decision, I did my homework. I figured out what people were, all the companies were about. I listened to the citizens that we selected for the committee. And the thing that stood out for me for Mid-Valley was the fact that they compost what they're supposed to do to be in compliance with 1383. The other thing is that they give back to the community. They donate that compost to different areas and to different communities to do food, community gardens. They do that throughout all of their different cities that they have. So to me, that's what I listen to. I listen to what else is this company doing aside from, that's who the committee, that was one of the ones that the committee selected. Again, change is not good. My understanding is that the other hauler, which their contract was coming up to expire in June, at the end of June, and that's why we started this process so early, was because we needed enough time to transition. Maybe 6 months wasn't enough. Maybe we needed to do more than 6 months. I don't know. But this was a lot of that the city did, a lot of research that the new hauler did. So it's not something that I took lightly and just said, oh, I'm just going to pick this company and that's it. I'm not giving anybody any input. I listened to it for a long time. And I've been watching, like I said, for 2.5 years, I've been watching what Cal Recycle is requiring from all of the California citizens. And there's more changes, my understanding is. There's more changes that are coming because of Cal Recycle, having to do with your bottle recycling, your plastics. But this is hard. This is a change, but I commend Mid-Valley for coming and bringing a solution. So I absolutely feel that yes, there should be a survey because I drove around and actually I was on the phone with Joe and saying, Joe, I'm driving around right now. This is not going to work here. This is not going to work here. Can we look at what's happening? I have families in the barrio that it's, they don't have the right of access. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but how can we make this better? And so I commend you again for bringing the solution. And so I do want to, I'm listening to the citizens. Again, there's some people that they've been doing their trash in the alley for many years. And so when they built their houses, they didn't build sidewalks to go to the front of the house. That's just what happened. So we really need to assess what needs to be done and how we can come up with a solution. And I think that's what we're doing today is we're listening to everyone and we want to go ahead and see what can we do, what kind of a solution can we bring, and let's work together because that's what we are here for, right? But again, thank you for taking my call. And yeah, I told you McCall's not going to work. Floral's not going to work. By the schools is not going to work. We have to do something. So thank you.
So I'm not here to redo the contract. We know the three voted for Mid-Valley. And they did so 10 months before the new company was to take over Mid-Valley. Mid-Valley's had many, many months to let us know about potential changes, and they did not do that. They failed to warn us. That's one of the reasons all these good people came out tonight, is because this is such a shock. To have us take the trash from the alley to the front is a real difference. It is a real change. People, like or don't like change. That's irrelevant. It is a change that people are having issues with. And that's why it's important that we discuss this tonight. And I appreciate the fact that I've listened to the people out there and I brought this up to bring this back on as an agenda item. And I really feel confident Mid-Valley would have brought this back and would have wanted to hear from the citizens, but maybe not this soon. Because remember, I brought this up for July 1st and it was delayed until July 15th. So, I get it. People want to give Mid-Valley time to do what they're doing, and that's commendable. At the same time, we've had several collections now. And I'm in a unique position in that I'm talking to people, a lot of people all the time and door to door. And I'm hearing a lot of the same things. The people who came out tonight are people who are very passionate about this, but they are a percentage of a larger group of people out there. So don't just think these are the only people, 50 people out of 25,000. No. They represent a big cross-section of this town, and I respect them, and I respect the majority of people that they probably represent. And I've been out there talking to people, so I know what they're saying out there. I live here and I work here. The merchants on Floral and on McCall, the people who live on Floral and McCall, they're absolutely astounded by this rule change. It makes no sense. And if you drive around, as we heard tonight, as we all do, you see those trash cans out there and it's an aesthetic issue. It's ugly. 2, it's a safety issue because it's pinball. 3, when we talk about fog, it's going to be a complete nightmare. And 4, when the school opens, are you kidding me? What's going to happen? What's going to happen then with these trash cans out there in the front? Kids having to dodge these gargantuan trash trucks. Again, I empathize with Mid-Valley that they have large trucks. News to me, I didn't see in the proposal. Did any of you folks? And many of you folks came out for the proposal. I wish I would have known that ahead of time, and I wish I would have known that the trucks were too big for the alleys. Maybe it might have affected a decision about whether or not to take the proposal, because I know when I looked at the proposal, I looked at it as who's the best fit, not just who's the lowest bill, but also who's the best fit for our community. And I think that's another reason why maybe that wasn't the best fit. We're not here to redo the contract again, but I've had many questions about what's covered. And that's why the contract is instructive, because it's what Mid-Valley signed on to do. It is not a vestige. It is not a symbol. It is what they are legally required to do in writing. So just listen, bear with me for a second. Mid-Valley is responsible for cleaning all the graffiti from bins within 72 hours of notice. Once a year, citizens get a free switch out for graffiti damage. Once a year, a free steam clean for all bins and roll-off boxes. Mid-Valley, per the contract, is responsible for maintaining and replacing all containers as necessary. Locking bins for merchants and individuals are provided at an additional charge. Commercial customers may call on Mid-Valley to pick up bulky items within 7 days at an additional charge. I can't tell you the number of people I've talked to that said, I'm so tired of people dumping items in my alley and they're not mine. We got to come up with that. And when we get to agenda changes and deletions, I got an item that I'd like to add to the agenda to address that very problem. But right now, I think we have a bigger problem glaring us, staring us in the eye. And that is this abrupt and I think untenable change. I think it's not the right thing for citizens to have to take the trash from the back and move it to the front. Our good friends in Kingsburg, the same thing happened when they changed trash haulers to Mid-Valley 9 years ago. They pushed back. They were able, our friends, our colleagues in Kingsburg, they were able to get the trash pickup moved back to the alley. And I think tonight we are here to request Mid-Valley to move our trash pickup back to the alley. And I'm all for having a survey, and I'm all for our good friends at Mid-Valley here to develop their relationship. The contract signed, folks, they're on it. Let's keep looking. Let's keep working with them. Let's keep fine tuning. That's what we're here to do tonight. And I think that movement of the trash from the alley to the front was a mistake. And I think we can really solidify and start our relationship on the right foot instead of the wrong foot by Mid-Valley agreeing to change tonight, change that procedure from picking up the trash in the front to the alley. And with that being said, I'd like to make a motion for Mid-Valley to change their procedure from picking up the trash in the front to picking up the trash in the alley. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Could you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Mayor, if I may, before the council votes on your motion, there's a few things that I think are instructive to maybe address before the council takes a vote. I had a very productive discussion with Mid-Valley Disposal. As Councilmember Mendoza-Navarro mentioned, there are some specific solutions that have been proposed to potentially exempt certain areas like Floral and McCall. There was about 1,300 homes out of roughly 8,000, actually about 5,500 accounts that were affected by the transition from alley to curbside. And for the most part, my understanding is about 95%, maybe now 98% have been successfully transitioned. But we are looking at those specific areas where it does create safety hazards, where it does create some potential traffic impacts around the school specifically. And so we're working on developing a plan for those specific problem areas. Most of the rollout to curbside has been pretty much completed. People are taking their items or their carts to the curb. And then, we have received, we also have to consider, our infrastructure. We have received calls from, for example, SKF that have thanked us for making this transition because they have infrastructure in the alleys as well. We went back and looked at the cost for repairing the alleys. The city has spent over $1 million over the last 10 years repairing alleys, a lot of which are damaged by the trucks. And so as we continue this rollout and this transition, there are going to be things that we learn about that we can address with some collaboration and with some communication. But I think Mid-Valley has developed or is developing a good plan to help those customers that have difficulties, because I don't think anybody can deny that there are difficulties with compliance with this rule transition. I will say as well, prior to the RFP where we were selecting a new trash hauler, Waste Management approached the city requesting that the city change from alley pickup to curbside. So it's not something that's specific to any particular trash hauler, because any trash hauler is going to have issues with power lines, with the width of the alleys, with infrastructure. So that is something that we discussed with Waste Management at their request. And because we were waiting for the proposal to be developed, or the request for proposals to be developed, it was my suggestion to wait until we know who the trash hauler for the next 10 years roughly is going to be, and then we can talk about that change. But that was something, so to the point being that it's not specific to any one trash hauler. But I think that's important for the council to consider as well. Thank you.
I had a call from SKF and did discuss that very issue with the general manager of SKF, and they would prefer it in the front, but they have no problem, according to Ms. Casares, that the trash would be picked up to continue to be picked up in the alley, as well as our partners at Cal Water. There is absolutely no preference. Also, I did not see anything about picking up trash from the alley or the front when the Caglia proposal, the other proposal that was considered by the city council. And I think tonight, the council would be wise to vote the trash to be picked up again, to be returned to the alley, because I've been on 12 years and I've never had a crowd like this come out and say, gosh darn it, we want to get this trash removed from the alley and we want to put it in the front like we have tonight. But I would hold this out. I would say that let's ask Mid-Valley to move the trash pickup back to the alley from the front. And then let's give it a couple months and let's see if we get a crowd like this that comes out again and says, we want our trash back in the front. And if we do, I'll tell you, I'd be very willing to consider that for a vote by the city council. But barring that, I think tonight we have a glaring issue in front of us that our residents have brought up to us. And I think we need to act on that. And my motion still stands. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
No.
Okay.
But I'd like to make a motion.
So
I'd like
that
to
we
make-
will,
I actually want to make a different motion because you wanted it completely out of the alley. I don't think that that's fair to the 95% of the people that have already complied. So I want to make a motion that the city works with Mid-Valley to, further assess the alley pickup and come up with a solution for that, whether, I think they mentioned doing surveys, things like that, and really looking at that. So I want to direct the city staff to work with Mid-Valley to look at that again. That's my motion.
that was the
I
motion
would-
already.
No,
I
that
thought
was
that
the
was the
motion.
direction
I would
already.
like to second that, but I'd like to add to, if we can get some dialogue with also some recommendations as to what the procedure will be for exemption status, just so we can have it real clear, so no misunderstanding. If there's gonna be any seniors or someone getting an exemption or a business, the reasons for why they're getting it, so it can be cleared out and stated. So
Yes,
I second that.
I agree with that.
And if we can do this, if we could do this for at least 60 or 90 days to give them enough time to do.
Since there's a first and a second, there would be sit down, sir. Sit down, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Since we have a first and a second, I would also like to bring the discussion back to McCall Village because there's some serious issues on that as well. And I think there needs to be more discussion because it's really confusing what Mid Valley is doing and proposing with the seniors. Like Mr. Avalos coming out with the green waste, are they going to be charged for that? I think there's so many issues. I really hope Mid Valley will continue to work with McCall Village and come and nail something down with them because there's a big concern that the pricing is going to be increased and that the operations are going to be increased, and they're elderly. So there are some serious ADA requirements there too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually meant to bring that up because what their process was different before. So yes, I'd like to see what the process is for that, include that as well.
Okay, call the roll.
Council Trujillo, do you also amend your second to include the addition?
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
we amending that to 60 days? I'd like to pinpoint that to 60 days.
I think the motion on the floor was 60 to 90 days. Did you want to amend the motion to only 60 days?
Yes, if they can bring it back in 60 days.
That's fine.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Councilmember Trujillo, is that it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes.
Mayor Roberts?
Symbolically, no way. Okay, with that, we've been here a long time. I will thank everyone for coming out. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to come back for the next agenda item. Thank you to Mid Valley for coming out tonight. In the Golden State Boulevard Corridor Project Phase 1 Plan Review and Construction.
That wasn't my item. Good evening, council. There was a request made for a future agenda item for a presentation regarding the Golden State Corridor first phase construction and plan review process. It's on. I can hear myself. Yeah. And before you is Terry Ogle, the Executive Director for Fresno County Transit Authority, who will be making a presentation about phase 1 of the Golden State Corridor project.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and to share with you a little bit about the project for tonight. And I'll try to keep this as brief as I can. So if we could cue up the PowerPoint. As many of you may know, this project's been around for a very long time, and we're in the middle of construction and we're trying to get it to the finish line. We've got some obstacles that we need to overcome. So I just wanted to give you a brief update on that. So if you can go to the next slide. What you see here is just a project overview. The project encompasses the 3 cities in the southern part of Fresno County, Fowler, Selma, and Kingsburg. And this is just an overview of the entire project. Next slide, please. This is the city of Selma. It's broken down into two different slides. What you see here is the part that's in construction is the part that's in blue. And the parts that's in red is segments that have been removed for the project because they interact with the Union Pacific Railroad. In order to move the project forward, those areas were removed from the contract in order to move the contract forward. And we were going to come back and complete those sections at a later time. We call those the gaps, as what we're addressing those as is gaps in the rehab. This is starting from the south end. Up on the top, you see Saginaw Park, which turns into, I believe, Nebraska, McCall. Next slide, please. You have Highland. You have Highland here. You have this one I can't make out, and then we have DeWolf up here on the other end. Next slide, please. There's a lot of information on this slide, and I will try to go through it as quickly as I can. And it does depict how long this project's been around. FCTA entered into an agreement with Fresno COG in December of 2009 to begin looking at this project. A cooperative agreement was entered into with the cities in 2014. And in April of 2016, Fresno COG hired Mark Thomas Engineering to do the design of the project. In May 2017, the 30% design of the project was, the project plans were submitted to the city of Selma, and comments were received back from the city of Selma on August the 18th, 2017. In April of 2018, or excuse me, in March of 2018, Fresno COG entered into an agreement with Union Pacific Railroad to coordinate and to review design plans and work through the design process with UPRR. In April of 2018, Fresno COG held a public meeting on the project to illustrate what was in the 30% plans. In April of 2019, the 60% plans were submitted and comments were received from the city of Selma on May 19th, 2019. In the fiscal year 2020, the project received $7.27 million of state LPP funding. And thus, that's the reason why you see that's why you see on the second slide, you see the highlighted, what we call the gaps, the blue and the pink, is that the LPP funding had some sunset dates on it. And so in order to meet those sunset dates, we split those issues out so that we could move forward because it was at that point anticipated that the railroad was going to delay the process of the project. In March of 2020, the 90% plans were submitted, and in September 2020, comments were received from the city of Selma regarding those plans. And then in March of 2021, the 100% plans were submitted, and then the comments were received back in December of 2021. We had 101% submittal, and what that is the reason why we split the project into phases is because of the LPP funding. And so you see the blue that was on that first slide, and then you see the pink highlighted areas on that slide as well. That represented the crossings where we were interacting with Union Pacific Railroad. The project was phased, and in August of 2022, the plans were set to bid. They were signed. They set the bid. Project was advertised in August of 2022, and bids were opened in October of 2022. And the notice of proceed was in November of 22, and the contract was awarded to it was Lars or Mars, something like that, construction, and they've been on the project since about the spring of 2023 until the present. And so I'm going to pause right there and ask if there's any questions from the council before I move on.
First of all, you guys have been doing a great job, so congratulations for that. I have a question for you because, we're in a small town and, just this project started in 2009, correct?
That is correct.
And it's funded through county. How's it funded through? Where do we get the mechanism, the money to fund this project?
So except for the $7.27 million of LPP funds, it's all funded by Measure C.
Measure C is funding this project.
That's correct.
And I questioned this and I apologize because about 2 months ago, I had a resident in our community state that I got a City of Selma to fund the front of my building. And it was on social media in Selma. And the front of my building, and I'm asking this because the front of my building is West Front Street and North. And you guys took out half of my parking in the front and you guys put this nice curbage appeal and you guys did all this curb, which I didn't know nothing about. And I'd like to just, if you can elaborate, because I think the individual that actually posted is here and she stated that it was me because I'm gonna get money, city funds, and I'm gonna build it in my project. But this project was built through Measure C, the county, and got the funds, and this has been going on since 2009. And it's this project, we the city, we the owners of the buildings don't have nothing to do with the right of way. It's owned by the county, if I'm correct. And they do that, and they submitted the project, and they just did what they were planning to do. And you had many hearings, and you informed us all that you were gonna do this project.
I can't speak for the ownership of who owns Front Street or North Street. I'm assuming since it's in the city of Selma, it would be owned by the city of Selma. What I can say is I went back through the documents and looked at that specific intersection. And in April of 2018, there was a public meeting, as I just mentioned, and the displays showed that configuration that's out there now after it's been constructed is the way that intersection was going to look. It shows that there's only one parking stall remaining where there used to be, I believe, 4. And so now there's only one remaining. If I go out there now, I believe that one parking stall has since then been removed because of the construction, everything. So there's no parking stalls directly in front of the building that's on the corner.
Yeah, and I think that the founding fathers or whoever came and collaborated to do that was the right move. It's part of, it's just kind of awkward because it's just a little section that was actually rebuilt and everything else wasn't. So I can understand people going on their own way to think about how it got built and how did you add it on there. But I thank you for the clarification that this project was done through Measure C. Even though I own the building, the project was built because Measure C, that's part of Measure C, and there's actual loops, there's actual sections that are considered on that project. And that's, I want to clarify that because as an elected official, we have ownership, but at the same time, the county has their own projects that they're building. And I won the lottery ticket where you could come in and you guys just remodeled it all. And we thank you for that. And, you know, we appreciate that. But for the listeners out there and the social media hackets, you know, it wasn't the fact that I built it myself. I wish I did have the money, but I didn't do it. But I thank you for that.
I have a quick question for you. I just wanted to clarify, you stated they did have a public hearing where the business owners were informed of that area? Because I know there was a few businesses there that were very upset that they lost those 3 parking lots because their clients would park there. And now they don't have that. And they kind of addressed it and were very upset about it. So I'm just wondering, how did it come to, when you have a few parking stalls and you really need more, but we eliminated 3 of them, were those business owners informed that this was gonna happen?
So I cannot answer that because I do not know.
Oh,
I went through the comments that were submitted from the public meeting, and there are no comments related to that particular intersection at that public meeting. I also went through the 30, the 60, the 90, and the 100% plans, and there are no comments from the city related to that intersection. And that configuration has been in since the 30% set of plans.
But that was part of the Golden State Corridor project to
Correct.
work on that section. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
okay. And then my other question is, the 2 businesses that are closer to 99, and I've asked this question twice now, their cement corner has still not been repaired. And that's Kelly Dogs and the Family Market across the street. So why wouldn't their sidewalk get put in?
So you'll have to educate me on where you're actually talking about, and what.
Jerome, do you want to give them that?
Are we talking about Whitson and North? And I believe Public Works can chime in as well. I believe they're still waiting on some PG&E issues to complete a lot of the segments of sidewalk that are still remaining as part of punch list items. So the city's aware that construction's not complete along Golden State Corridor, I believe, as well as the county and FCTA and their contractor are aware that these are items that still are awaiting PG&E to complete their work before they finish those sidewalk areas.
That is correct. This is all Rule 16 work that we've signed and executed all the contracts for PG&E for that work. It's several locations. The county has possession of those. It's literally waiting on PG&E to do the work.
Is that the same at the Golden State and then for the Highland next to
Mr. Mayor,
Sunnyside Packing?
Yeah,
There's a big
there's several
dirt
locations.
island there.
Yeah, there's several locations, and I'll brief more on my department update, but that's also why with the light at Floral and Golden State is flashing. So it's a PG&E issue.
Okay.
If I could ask you to go back to the second slide, the one that has the blue and the pink on it. The next one. So you see here a pink or red at these various locations here, and go to the next slide as well. Right here and right here and here. These are locations where a decision was made to remove those particular pieces of work out of the current contract because we did not have agreements with Union Pacific Railroad. And if you've ever worked with Union Pacific Railroad, they are a pain in the behind to work with. And we still do not have agreements with Union Pacific Railroad. We were in jeopardy of losing the $7.27 million of LPP funds. And so a decision was made to remove those areas that are impacted by Union Pacific to move the project forward. We are currently working with Union Pacific to try to get agreements on those specific locations Selma's not isolated in this. There's locations in Kingsburg. There's locations in Fowler where we interact with Union Pacific Railroad. And so once we get agreements with the railroad, we go through the GO 88, we get the CNM agreement, then we'll move forward with the construction to complete that particular part of the location. In addition to that, there are locations here in the pink that are outside Union Pacific right of way, and they are in either the city of Selma, Fresno County right of way. And we are in the process of working through those and getting a set of plans so we can complete the gaps, is what I was calling. So we can complete the work that's inside Golden State right of way and get that completed. Because right now there are locations where in your city that work has not been completed. And so we're working as diligently as we can to try to get those designed and get those completed and back out and get those constructed. And so that decision was made. We're down the road on that. And so that's where we're at on that.
Terry, forgive me, I thought we were discussing this tonight for the bigger picture of the bike paths, which everybody always asks about. I've been involved with this through COG, through the prism of COG for a long time, the lens of COG. And you know, there was $42 million, I think, allocated by Measure C for this for years and years. And the Golden State Corridor just had to wait its place in line. 269 in Huron had to go. The bridge work had to happen, and that took a while. And then the Golden State Corridor project happened. And as part of this project, it was always envisioned that there would be bike paths that would be part of this. It was my understanding from Peggy Arness, who was one of the project managers at the time when this started, that, you know, promises made, promises kept with COG, and that it would be addressed. These bike paths would be addressed, and that 25 million went to YARBS for the construction, but there's still a pretty good chunk, right? 17, 18 million bucks of taxpayer money that still could be dedicated. Is that right? To bike paths, or has that been eroded, or what's the status of getting bike paths in Fowler and Selma connecting up with Kingsburg's?
I'm glad you asked that question. And I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but there's $41 million that has been for the contract. YARBS is roughly around $30 million. That means there's $11 million left. Some of that is for construction support from Fresno County. There's also additional funds that are still remaining in Measure C. And so FCTA is still fully committed to providing the bike paths, the trails throughout all three cities. What had to do, or what has had to happen, is that because the cost of the project has gone up because of Union Pacific has almost $18 million of improvements that have not been addressed yet. And so, and then there's another $6 million of roadway improvements that go on top of that. So there's $22 million still left in those pink areas that need to be developed and through Union Pacific.
And that includes the trails?
Well, that
is that just the work
the trail
around
is
the
another
buckets?
$7 million. So FCTA is committed. We have funds available. FCTA is committed to completing the pink areas, including the Union Pacific crossings and the trail as well. And so it's just taking time because some of the trail work is also tied up in Union Pacific. And that's why it was stalled a few years ago.
Do we have a timetable on that, Terry? Any potential timeframe?
I want to get through the Union Pacific issues so that we can say that's been put to bed, and then we can move on from there. Selma, Fowler has recently come into some sort of grant, and they are moving forward with the trail work in their particular community from that grant that they are. And the difference that the grant does not cover, FCTA is covering that difference. And so they are about to go to construction with their project on the trails. So just a little bit of information for you.
Got it. Thank you. Dr. Fowler.
Let's go back to front and north. If you can pull up one of those extra slides. I think we've addressed it, but the next one. The next one. Go one more. Okay, here's front and stride. This is the 100%. This is the 100% set of plans. Councilmember Trio, I believe that's what you're talking about there. The next slide is a zoom in of that particular area. And so that's what was in the 100% set of plans. That looks exactly like what was in the public meeting presentation as well, is that particular configuration right there. So it hasn't changed in about 4 years. I think that's about the end of it. What I would like to say is if you would just humor me just for a minute or so. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Measure C has a tremendous success in Fresno County. And Measure C, we're looking to go to a renewal and back to the voters in 2026. If you're familiar, it went to the voters in 2022 and it did not receive the super majority vote that it needed. And so we're going at it one more time. This particular project is one of those projects that would not have been able to be funded if it wasn't for Measure C. And if you look around the county, there are a number of projects throughout the county that would not be able to be funded if it wasn't for Measure C. In addition to that, the transit, and I think there's 2 pictures at the very end of my presentation. Back to the PowerPoint, or you go to the very end. One more, go back, there we go. So this is the Fresno County Regional Transit Center that's being built at the corner of Valley View and Pacific in the city of Selma. This is a state-of-art transit facility, maintenance and operation facility that's being built to service and maintain and operate the FCRTA transit system throughout the entire county, and it's being built in the city of Selma. It's a state-of-the-art, a lot of innovative and a lot of new technologies going into that. Go to the next slide. This is the bay that will service the buses, transit that comes into that. There's a lot of solar, there's a lot of innovative things, a lot of EV type vehicles and everything like that type of systems that's going into this. And this is being constructed in the city of Selma. And so thank you for the city of Selma for letting this be built in your city and looking forward to being done. It should be done sometime toward the end of this year or the first part of next year. But the FCRT services all the way out to Kalinga, all the way out to Orange Cove. They bring all kinds of riders into the Fresno area. They provide students rides from Kingsburg, Selma, Fowler, Parlier to Reedley College as well. And so just want to do a plug. We're still a couple years away from the renewal on the ballot measure, but I just want to thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Ogle. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming to Selma.
Thank you.
Person. And with that, we'll move on to we won't. Any questions from the public for Mr. Ogle and the Golden State Corridor project or comments?
Jim Abel, 1701 Dinuba. First, I love the presentation, what he did. I was part of the past of the Golden State Project when I was the mayor, and those plans as you see. I seen them back then. There was a vision for the city of Selma. You know, thanks to the colleagues on the council, you know, when I was in charge, you know, as a spokesman and the mayor of the city, I got to be firsthand privileged to these operations. And I like, it's good to see the outcome, what you see now with the corridor of Golden State. And also, you know, our friends and our colleagues with the city and the county and Measure C money was a big factor in generating this corridor. And it made things happen. It actually blossomed the corridor and opportunities for new business to, you know, to flourish. And also, it opened the opportunities for the maintenance facility for the city of Selma, not only to serve city of Selma, but the other cities around us, where we became centralized. And I thank the our partners that made it happen. Without the collaboration with, you know, one person can't do it, guys. It's the contacts we make and how we present our city as we showcase who we are. It's always been that way. And you have to be that way for the city of Selma. You have to be on top of your game. You have to showcase the city who we are. You know, bring back things that people want to see. And these are future things people want to see. Improvements in our communities, corridors, not only in our community, but surrounding cities around us that come to our city. And the Golden State was one of the opportunities that opened up the avenues for all of us, you know, and you can see the outcome. I can't wait for the bike trail to come about. I had the vision there as well. But right now, guys, I like what I see. When in the past, you see it come to fold, and there's more to come to see. I know for a fact. And you guys up there will make those wise decisions for the city of Selma. And I hope, you know, make some wise decisions. If you don't, you're not there for long. Thank you very much.
Hi, Teresa Sala, 1701 Daniel Avenue. I just have a question. He mentioned the areas that they have to get permission with the railroad company to get those done, and you're in communication with them. Do we have a timeline at all? Because they're like big sections still. I know, because I go back and forth from Fowler and Kingsbury, and you're rolling along real smooth, and then all of a sudden it's not. And you're rolling along with all the little lights and then they're dark and you can't tell which lane you're in. So I was just wondering, do we have a timeline when that might get done?
A great question, Mr. Ogle. Could you address that question?
As I mentioned before, working with the railroad has its unique challenges. When I came on board as the executive director, this was one of the projects that I was handed. And one of the things that I discovered is that because the railroad is difficult to deal with, about a year and a half ago, communication stopped with the railroad. And one of the first meetings that I was involved in and when I was in this position was, has anyone gone back and talked to the railroad? And the answer was no. And so I said, get a meeting with the railroad as soon as possible. As far as the gaps are concerned, these areas that are still bumpy and still everything like that, we made an attempt, run at this with Fresno County to do a change order and complete the gaps because they were pulled out of the current contract. And I was looking at putting those back in under a change order. The change order is more than 10% of the current contract with the Fresno County. And so we have some contracting issues and we have to go back and rebid the contract. And so I was hoping September, October timeframe, but we're probably looking more realistic next spring. Because we've got to repackage the plans. we've got to put them out for bid. And then we've got to get a bid. And by the time all that happens, we're probably into winter time. And so if we have a mild winter, we could be out there as early as February. If we have a normal or heavy winter, it could be May before we're out there. But our plan is, I made a run to do a change order. That did not work. And so we're now repackaging the plan set. And once we get it repackaged, we'll put it out to bid. And that will probably be bid probably in the November, December timeframe. And we'll award the project and we'll move forward sometime in the spring. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Anybody online or on the phone?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For those calling on your telephone, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand.
Robert Cortez, I don't know if I missed this or not, but the signal lights over here that they're gonna put on Golden State and McCall, when is the date for them to put the signal lights over here? There's a four-way right now, but my question is, the signal lights right over here on McCall and Golden State, or Whitson, if you want to call it Whitson. There's signal lights gonna put in there. I read the papers, it says signal lights there. And they have put the big poles in there on each side, but I see nothing else that has been put on there. And I think I even asked the city manager, he would look into it, but maybe he forgot. That was a long time ago. But it does say signal lights. I have the paper at the house. It says signal lights on McCall and Golden State. There's a four-way right now right there. But it did say in the paper, but could probably bring it. It says signal lights on McCall and Golden State. Okay. Maybe he would know about this gentleman.
Question, are you thinking of Dinuba and McCall, maybe, Mr.
I'm
Cortez?
talking about McCall and Golden State right over here. Yeah.
Going towards the west side.
Yeah, I saw the company from Merkel put it in those big poles there for signal lights, and that's what it stated in the paper that I was given here at the city council, and see signal lights put in there. See, so are they gonna be put? I could bring the paper if you want later. It says there's signal lights.
Like a four-way stop right there.
That's why there was a four-way put there, but there's a lot of traffic through there. And I had them put some signal lights, like these little things, because the cars were running red lights there to the signal signs.
Yeah, I know where the stop signs are.
So they said,
four-way
and
stop
it's,
right
and the
now.
paper says it is gonna be put in there, McCall and Golden State. I could bring the paper if you want later. But it
Good
says
question.
it.
Maybe we could follow up on that, Mr. Cortez. Thank you for bringing that topic up.
Yes.
Do we have any other comments or questions at this time? Anybody online?
At this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Are there any, this was a presentation, discussion item. Are there any comments at this time? Before we move on to our next item. Hearing none, we'll move on to item 3, and thank you, Mr. Ogle, for coming on. Really appreciate it. Item 3, consideration of a resolution awarding Griffin Structures for construction management with master architectural services for the City of Selma new fire station number 3 project, and authorize the city manager to negotiate the terms of an agreement.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm very happy to present this item to the council for your consideration. Bless you. As you're aware, this project has been something that we've been working on for a few years now. The council acquired a property on Huntsman and Thompson over near the high school, on which we would build fire station number 3. Subsequently, we were awarded $4.5 million from the state legislature to partially fund the fire station. And we went out to bid for it wasn't actually a bid, I'm sorry, it was a request for proposals to find a construction, well, let me back up a little bit. After we received the money from the state, the council made the determination to adopt a design build process for this project as opposed to a design bid build, which is typically a more traditional approach. And the reasoning behind that at the time, if council recalls, was that it may cost a little bit more money up front, but all in all, the design build process would end up costing us less money in change orders, and it would be a much more efficient process for coordination between our design consultants, our construction managers, and the contractor who ultimately builds the project. With all that being said, city staff released the request for proposals, and we received two proposals. One from Banner Construction Management, which the council is familiar with. They have assisted us on our police station project. They're working with us on our Thompson Park project, which is also grant funded. And we also received a proposal from Griffin Structures, and we interviewed both proposers and evaluated their submitted documents, including the pricing proposals, which are included in the staff report. And the panel in which I was included, along with the Public Works Director and the Fire Chief, all decided unanimously that Griffin Structures was the most qualified design consultant, construction management firm, and master architect who would deliver the best overall product for the city of Selma. And so what we've provided here for the council's consideration is a resolution that would allow me to negotiate agreement terms with Griffin Structures if the council approves. And we would come back to the city council with a agreement after which, if it's approved, we would start the design process for the fire station. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we also have a representative of Griffin Structures on the line, Dustin Alamo. Dustin, thank you for joining us this evening and for sticking around. And if there's anything that you'd like to add, feel free to do so.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity and well said. Just wanted to share our appreciation for potentially serving this community. We have a significant amount of experience in fire station projects, as well as nearby experience with building some projects in the region, Visalia Emergency Communication Center. We are currently helping Visalia build the Public Safety Center. So, those fire station projects coupled with, nearby regional public safety projects, we believe we have a unique perspective and are committed to delivering a facility that meets the highest standards in quality, as well as safety. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to work together and provide an amazing product for the city of Selma.
Thank you, Dustin. Mayor and council, that's all. That's the end of my presentation for now.
So with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does council have any questions before we open the matter up to the public?
I have just a couple questions, City Manager.
Sure.
Just briefly go over how was the project? Because I'm just looking at the amounts and explain to me, how you guys went about the process. And because there's a big difference here, I just want to get some clarity as to the difference, and then also how the scoring point went, who was involved. I mean, I think Griffin has some amazing work in here. I'm impressed, but I just kind of want to explain to me that process.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'd be happy to address that, Councilmember Guerra. So the RFP included a very preliminary timeline for design and construction. And so both proposers submitted what they considered to be a realistic cost based on that timeline. And it ended up that there was one proposer, Banner, who proposed a shorter construction timeline based on what we sent out. But when we turn it into an apples to apples comparison, where both proposers were compared on the same timeline for construction, the pricing ended up being very similar. And so, it was both proposers took a different approach to how they, established their fees and the costs associated with this project. But at the end of the day, we felt that there was a little bit more flexibility, as you can see from the staff report and from the proposals that were received, that we had some flexibility in choosing whether to reduce the amount that the architect was going to spend in the construction phase of the project, and a couple of other deductive alternates that would ultimately reduce the cost. And so once we got together to interview the panelists, we asked some very specific questions about the cost, the timelines, and we felt that both proposers answered the questions adequately enough for us to be able to determine what the best approach was going to be for the city. And specifically, we asked in terms of the experience that each team had with regard to fire stations, building fire stations and similar type facilities, the costs and the timelines that we would expect to see for this type of project, things like sustainable building codes and, generators and metal building structures and the design criteria to make the structure blend in with the residential neighborhood that, in which it's going to be located. So all of those things were asked. We had some great conversations with Dustin's team at Griffin and their proposed architect. And then with regard to the scoring, I don't have the rubric in front of me, but, it included, an innovative approach. It included references. It included pricing. It included the capacity of the staff. And I think there was one more criterion that's escaping me at the moment, but it was a multifaceted scoring rubric. And all of the panelists, as I mentioned before, myself included, the Public Works Director and the Fire Chief were all on that panel. And we all scored them very similarly. And Griffin Structures, I think, impressed us very much with their professionalism, with their capacity, and overall their experience in delivering innovative, successful projects within a budget and within the project timeline. So those were all the things that were considered.
Thank you.
Just a question, why isn't the fire chief here doing this presentation tonight?
So the fire chief has taken some time off for personal reasons, and so I'm presenting this item.
I'm just asking because his name is on there. That's the question. Thank you. Question for Dustin Alamo. Mr. Alamo.
Yes, sir.
So I really love that picture of that Salinas Police Department you did. It looks like you are echoing the Salinas High School right there on Main Street. I'm sure that was intentional, but that was a beautiful job. It was very nice design work on that.
Same.
Thank you. What kind of design, how would you echo the structures in Selma to bring that obvious expertise you have at mirroring the landmark structures of Selma? What would you reflect in that fire department in the current structures of Selma that we all know and love and live with here in Selma? Any ideas you can share with us?
Without, really getting into a deep discussion on architectural preferences and styles, I could say high level that our team architect, LPA, would certainly have a lot of discussions and make sure that we understand kind of the civic presence that you want to embody in this fire station. Some fire stations reflect civic assets, if you will. Others may have a little bit more residential feel. So it just kind of depends on the context of the neighborhood we're designing in, and the overall goals of the city. But overall, we would be having discussions with the city staff, perhaps even a community workshop to get any kind of feedback on preferences for, stylistic approaches for the design. So
You read my mind. The process would be that you collaborate with city staff and then you work your management with your design team, because you are the design piece from what I understand.
Correct.
And then you would bring it back to the city, and I would love to have a workshop for citizens, since we're gonna be the ones who are gonna be having this conceivably beautiful new fire department in our city. I would love to see a rollout and a workshop for that proposed design. You're saying the 18 to 24-month timeline, is that just for design, or is that for design and build?
28 months would be for design and build.
Okay, and how much of that would be design?
Let's see. I'd have to pull up that exact timeline. It also includes the design build entity pre-qualification process. So, design has an initial 2 months for program verification, concept design. Then we develop bridging documents, which is another 3 months. 3 months for the DBE pre-qual selection, and we finish up once that design build entity is hired. Then they finish up design development and construction documents, which is another 8 to 9 months. Though there is some overlap with what you could do with construction based on the design build delivery, so we can get started on site work, finish up the design package, and then get into the building. So it's it's probably about a year process for design overall.
Got it. And then, Vanier, one of the strengths that I've seen, they built the police station for Selma. They have some unique relationships with construction companies around here. They're a project manager.
Mhm.
Do you have special relationships as well, or close working relationships with construction companies around the valley who you would quote with, or would you quote with construction companies from all over the state? How wide a net would you cast for the construction piece?
Yeah, we know some of the largest contractors in California, and as well, we know regional contractors. So we would draw from all pools available to give you the widest net, most coverage on this project. Having options is best.
Right, always. So when would the process be, like a sealed bid process, or would you take open bids, or how would you bid out the construction?
Well, it's a pre-qualification process, so there's a first pool of contractors and, I guess design build entities that we would invite publicly, as well as our professional network as well. Those would go through that pre-qualification process, which is, very by the book DIR set standard. Once we get through that and the city determines the pre-qualified list, those teams would then get an RFP to respond to, which then they would give you the fee part of the component.
Got it. Thank you. Last question. What are the additive alternates and what are the two deductive alternates? Briefly, what are those roughly?
The additive alternate was responding to the city's, I guess, base scope in the RFP. And then the deductive alternates provided our professional recommendation on how to reduce the overall fee, recognizing our experience and understanding of building fire stations and utilizing design build process. So we're comfortable with using and electing both deductive alternate 1 and 2 to our base fee and producing a project of success.
Which brings you pretty close to the Vanier build or bid. Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from council? Anybody in the public like to weigh in on this new fire station?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I have a quick question. You said the grant was for $4.5 million. Is that correct? Okay, is that a lock set amount? Like, we can't go over that? And if we go over it, do we have to pay the difference on that? Okay, that's one. Also, because I know that I think I heard that the police station was the same way. They gave us a certain amount of grant and then we went over, so we had to pay that. I believe it was out of pocket from city. My second question is, when you're dealing with contractors, they give you a certain amount of time that you need to build. Because if you don't, then that price is not valid. It'll go up. So is this similar to that where, like they said, he said that's gonna take about a year to do this? Let's just say that it costs us 4 million to build it. That's what they're asking. But if we don't meet that time criteria, we go over that time. Does the amount of money change? Because we broke that contract that we were supposed to stay within. That makes any sense? So just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you.
For that question. City Manager, would you like to address those questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are good questions with regard to the funding. So your first question, I believe, was with regard to the amount and the timeline on the funding. So the 4.5 million only refers to the money that was earmarked by the state legislature, and there is no set amount of time that we have to utilize that funding. And so we anticipate roughly, I mean, we haven't even gotten close to estimating construction costs at this point. But when you look at per square foot cost for fire stations, you're looking at anywhere between $800 to $1,100 per square foot, which you can translate to about $11 million roughly in today's dollars. Obviously, the longer the process goes, the more expensive it's going to be. So we have 4.5 million, and it's in the staff report. So what we're anticipating is that 4.5 million will come from that state appropriation funding, roughly 3.5 million from the ambulance fund, an estimated 2 million from Measure S, and some other additional funds from general fund and development impact fees. With regard to your question, Ms. Ramirez, about if we enter into a contract and we don't, spend the money in time, what the process would look like is we wouldn't enter into a contract to build the facility until all the funds are secured, right? So we don't find ourselves in a situation where, we can't afford to finish the building, et cetera. And so we wouldn't bring anything to the council from the construction side until we know that all the funds that are going to be required to finish the building are in place. And so I hope that answers your question.
Anybody else?
Just quickly, I know the regional park had a expiration date for that grant. Does this grant have an expiration date by any chance? Just curious on that.
Did I hear you correctly? The appropriation does not have an expiration date, City Manager? I think that was a no.
Is that so there's no expiration date on
It was an
the
appropriation.
appropriation, that this was the one from Melissa Hurtado? Is that
So
correct? Right?
One
Okay,
from our
thank you.
former Senator Melissa Hurtado.
Jim Abbott, 1701 Dinuba. On that build out design plan. Okay. Now the question is, what time frame are you guys looking at it within the next 2 years, 3 years? Because that gentleman and the planner over there he said it takes 28 months to design and build. So when you guys, he said earlier, secure the funds. So when you make into the contract, can you put some speculations if this is not done in 28 months? you would have to, any increase in costs, they would have to pay it on their dime, not the city's dime. Can you make those demands? Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there, those situations, those scenarios. And the other one is, this is a fire station, more of a shell than a police station operation. So it's a different kind of design. So, and based on the square footage, it should be, well, it depends how soon can you secure the funds. But I'm looking at maybe less than, maybe $8 million. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I haven't not privileged to his operation design, so, I mean, and the bidding process, if it's gonna be, he says it's gonna be fair, as long as it's fair and you can put those demands in, I mean, they want the job anyhow. So if you put those demands in, hey, it's to your guys' advantage, to the city of Selma, as far as saving the cost. So, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment, question? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment or question?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature, and we will add you to the meeting queue. For the caller calling in, please use *9 to raise your hand. Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you. That will bring the matter back to council. Oh, Mr. Alamo, what's the status of putting solar on fire stations these days? Do most of them incorporate solar?
Yeah, there's certain design codes that we'll need to review relative to sustainability measures. Some of those things can be incorporated into lighting design to meet Title 24 requirements. Most of design codes now state that it needs to be essentially infrastructure ready, not necessarily you have to provide the PV systems. So it's all every year. Things change every 3 years, specifically for the California Building Code. So, as we get into the design process, we will certainly design to meet the code requirements. And if council and the community have any sustainability aspirations, we certainly include that in the design as well.
Got it, thank you. Bring the matter back to council now. Are there any questions or is there a motion for this item?
I'll make a did you have a question? Did you have a question?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Next item is discussion and direction regarding amendments to the council handbook.
So a couple meetings back, it was requested that we bring the council handbook that was adopted in June of last year, so a little over a year ago, bring it back for some potential amendment proposals. So I don't really have any specific recommendations for you guys for amendments tonight. It's up to you guys to have any discussion about any amendments you would like to see, and if those are approved, I will make those amendments.
Thank you. Does council have any discussion at this point?
I do have some, just kind of clarifying or updates. So in section G of, I guess it's the first chapter. Section G, there's, it's just one of those like typo, there's a little underscore or something right under the necessary by. And then I noticed that throughout the chapters, it talks about oral communication, but in another section, it talks about citizen communication, I think is what it is. So if we can choose one or the other, I think it's gonna be the oral communication.
Yeah.
Okay, and then had a question, is a study session the same as a workshop?
Yes.
And then can you explain or, so in chapter 2, regular meetings, I just had a question. Can a regularly scheduled meeting be postponed or canceled?
It can if council chooses to do so in a
A
meeting.
meeting, okay.
Correct.
And then on item A as well, it looks like, it might be repetitive, so it says, in the event that there's a holiday on a Monday, the regular meeting will be automatically moved to the next day, which is typically this Tuesday at the same time. And then the paragraph right under that says, whenever the day fixed for any regular meeting of the city council falls upon a designated holiday, such meeting will be held the same hour on the next succeeding day. So it sounds like it's a repetitive, right?
I'll look at that.
Okay. So this one right here. And so then this looks like it's a repeat of that.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's a repeat of that.
section.
Chapter 2, section 8. That's the second paragraph. Sorry, I went through this. Some of them are just notes for myself. Codes, speaker time. Yeah, so the chapter, I think it's chapter 3. I'm sorry, still in chapter 2. Again, sorry, some of these are notes for myself. Right here, page 12 in the manual. So, item 3, questions and comments from the public. That's where it says about, questions or comments from the public shall be limited to the subject under consideration, except for those items introduced under citizen comments. So that would be changed to oral communication, right? Or can it be changed to oral communication to make it consistent? And then there was another section that had it too.
I'll do a control
search.
find in it to make sure I get rid of any of those.
And then page 16, under 3, public speaking, same thing. There's one in the first section, the oral communication versus citizens' comments. Page 17, same thing. I think that's it. And then just, chapter 5, under C, page 21, execution of documents. So it says the mayor as presiding officer or in his absence, so it should be his or hers. This is in case it changes,
Mhm.
because it's like that throughout. It says his or hers.
Yeah.
And then I think that's it. The other one just kind of had, I know there was items in here that talk about like the lowest bid and the responsible bidder and things like that, but it has to do with like services versus construction, because there's a difference between when you go with a informal bid process, which is you have to go through the public bid and you have to go with the lowest bidder versus the request for proposal. I think it was in chapter 5. But that was just more of a clarifying, just that proposals are usually for public works items. So, but there is a difference, right? Between a IFB and an RFP, there is a difference. IFBs are usually construction and RFPs are usually services or goods. Okay.
Yeah, there's some things that were required to go out to bid on public works projects.
Mhm.
And then the city did also after this adopt a purchasing
Purchasing policy.
policy
Mhm.
that, it probably would be good to compare to make sure that it's consistent with that, but
Just,
that was something that was adopted around the same time, because the city didn't have one.
question on that. Is there one that overrides the other in the case of a conflict?
The purchasing
The
policy
purchasing
would, because
policy.
it was adopted, by the council after.
Got it.
And
Thank you.
those, that's all I have. Like I said, the rest of them are just just comments for myself.
Is the purchasing policy the one where the city manager has the ability to make purchasing decisions up to 100,000? Is that what
That's-
we're talking about?
That's correct.
Thank you. City attorney, I'd like you to cite the authority, if you would, on whether canceling a meeting violates the Brown Act. Can you cite the legal authority, please? Or postponing a meeting, I should say, or cancel.
The authority isn't that the council cannot, that has to be in a meeting to cancel a regular meeting. The issue is that you guys cannot take action outside of an agendized meeting. That is a violation of the Brown Act. So if you guys are deciding to cancel a meeting outside of an agendized meeting, you guys are taking an action that hasn't been agendized and noticed to the public.
Wouldn't that apply to any decision the council would make? But I guess what I'm asking for is in a emergency and extreme situation that hardly ever happens to a council, wouldn't there be circumstances that could temporarily override that consideration of what you're saying, that would be a Brown Act violation because of the uniqueness and extremity of circumstances that happen to councils from time to time?
Well, the Brown Act doesn't have an extreme circumstances like exception to it. If there is one, I'd be glad to read it, but it doesn't exist in my mind. So
Not asking for that. I'm asking for in practical usage in what actual councils do. And in talking with other city attorneys, there are other situations where meetings have had to be postponed. Is that correct? Because there have been things that have happened in extremis which have caused meetings to be temporarily postponed or canceled, which were not Brown Act violations. Are you saying that's never happened?
I've never seen a council decide to cancel a meeting or and definitely not postpone, because that would require setting a date, which would be clearly making a decision outside of a council meeting. I've never seen them do it. I've seen where they don't have a quorum because some emergency comes up. And if you guys don't have a quorum, then the meeting doesn't happen. And that's the way it's typically handled. If an emergency comes up and a meeting can't go forward, the meeting is still happening, but a quorum doesn't show up, so the meeting can't occur.
Got it. So you've never seen you've never seen a city sanction with a Brown Act violation for canceling or postponing a meeting. Is that correct?
No, I said I've never seen a council cancel a meeting outside of make a decision to cancel a meeting
Yeah,
outside
again,
of a regularly agendized meeting.
I asked for the authority to be cited here, but thank you. So I was the one that brought this up and this original item, and it was a city attorney who said that we needed to bring the council handbook back in order to do it. And my request was to add oral communications, the opportunity for citizen input back at the end. And the city attorney came back and said that in order to amend that, to add oral communications back to the end of the council meeting, the council would need to amend the council handbook. Now I have the council code of conduct from the May 3rd, 2021 meeting when it was updated then. And I also have the June 19th, 2023 meeting when another version of the council handbook was approved. So this has obviously been a very hot topic for the city council, taking this and revising it twice, and I'd like to do it a third time. And the third time, what I'd like to do is amend I'd like to amend, item N, agenda format for regular meetings. You've got an order of the meeting. I would like to add oral communications, back to, the item before or after public hearings, which would, in between public hearings and departmental reports, in order to give the public a chance to, give their input for 3 minutes on what they've heard in the evening or ideas that may have come to members of the public or people visiting online or on the phone, who may have not been able to get to the council in time for the first oral communications. I think just having the oral communications at the beginning unfairly limits public input, and I think that's important. I do get that this council is very concerned about decorum, and I do understand that. And we've all seen that, it's very important that we respect each other politically and not resort to bad things. We can all have our differences, but at the end of the day, we're all American citizens, and we need to treat each other as such. I do call council's attention and the public's attention to page 14 under rules of decorum for the public. The last section, the last sentence says, this section does not prohibit any expressions, actions, or behavior that are otherwise protected by the First Amendment. So I think we always have to keep that in mind as a city, that this is a public space. We're not meeting with each other behind closed doors. This is a public space for the public to come here and to listen and to weigh in on their city government. And I think it's very important that that decorum applies to the public and to us, to our employees of the city, and to our council members and the mayor on the dais. I think it's important that everybody abides by those rules of decorum. Back to my original topic. My request for this is to modify the agenda format for regular meetings. That's why I brought this up. We haven't had a chance to listen to the public, or I'd make a motion. Does any council member have anything they'd like to say at this time before we go to the public for their input?
Yes, I have a question, Mayor. Did you make a motion?
I didn't. I was gonna go to the
Okay.
public first.
I want to go back to the council. I want clarification, because when I requested to reschedule a meeting, you told me we couldn't do that.
You can't.
So,
You can't reschedule a regular meeting. Regular meetings are held by ordinance on every first and third Monday at 6 o'clock. You cannot reschedule a regular meeting. You just wouldn't have a meeting.
okay, postponing,
You can't postpone a regular meeting.
not even for an emergency? I mean, extreme circumstances?
No, you
Because
guys-
other cities do it. I can't
No.
understand, you're
They
not clear in regards to stating that it can't be done. It can be done.
It can't be done. You cannot postpone a regular meeting. You can hold a special meeting on a date that is different than your regular meeting time, but you cannot postpone a regular meeting. A regular meeting has to be held on the first and third Monday at 6 o'clock. There are no exceptions to that.
Okay, I'd like to see it, I'd like the legal verbiage. I'd like to see it in writing. And if you can email that over to me.
Mhm.
Thank you. I'd like all the council to have the authority cited and to have that sent, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you. And if there are any exceptions, I'd like to know when that happened and how the Brown Act was applied and what remedies and what penalties were applied. Thank you. Does the public have any input on this item?
Stella Ramirez, South California. As far as the handbook, there should be clarity on there as far as like, what if there's a death in the family? What if there's an emergency? Someone's mom or parent got ill and is in the hospital, a child got ill, and they have to pull out of this meeting. I mean, how does that work? Are they breaking the Brown Act? Are they not? I mean, there has to be clarity on that. And I wanted to mention that, and then also, as far as the 3 minutes at the end of every meeting, I think that we should bring that back. I think everyone else here has a fair chance, council members, to speak at the beginning, at the end of every meeting. You know, what about our First Amendment right? What about that? And I'm gonna go back to this, and I don't like to talk about, about my religion, God, or anything. I keep that private, but in this case, I feel like I have to speak on it. Because Navarro, you're always bringing up your church and how you're a good woman of God, and, Trujillo, I'm a better man and I love my neighbors. Well, you know what? If that's the case, then take us into consideration, the community. Do for us, like you say, that you're trying to be a better person and that you are a better person, then bring that, and let us, say what we have to say. So that's what I want to say about that. I would really love to have those 3 minutes back. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just gonna piggyback right off of what she said, but I know where you guys are coming from. When Gonzalo Carrasco passed away, you guys weren't able to postpone this meeting or cancel this meeting, which is so unfair, so embarrassing. How can you guys not go and give your condolences to the family? Because you guys represent us. You know where I'm coming from, right? You guys represent us. So how are you gonna say, no, you can't cancel a meeting, no, you can't postpone a meeting? Come on, you guys, have a heart. Like she just said right now, you guys talk about church, being a better man, prove it. Prove us wrong. Thank you.
Oral communications at the end, it's never been a problem with any other council member, council members that were up there. It's unfortunate that some people just don't want to hear the truth. And our First Amendment rights protected. We've heard plenty of times, we can't go after the homeless items, we got to be really careful. There could be very, very big lawsuits, and that's true. So we have to follow the rules. But our First Amendment right is also protected. So you should have nothing to worry about if you feel in your heart you're doing everything correctly. You're doing everything by the law, because you have the 3 votes doesn't always mean that you're not breaking the law. Sometimes, people are going to double check on certain things by certain ways to make sure it is accurate. So, the oral communication at the very end should not scare you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Jim Avalos again, 1701 Dinuba. In the past, there's an old saying in government, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. And, I understand the handbooks and I understand the Robert's Rules Order and all that situation. I was part of it. But, as far as in this country, every right has to speak their mind, and you have to give them that right. And a lot of times people get off work late, and they come to the council not on time for oral communication. We should give them the opportunity at the end. Hey, you got your 3 minutes. In the past, we did it. There was no problem. Everything was fine. Everybody went home happy. The person that spoke went home too. And and these issues like this, when they pop up, to me, they sound petty. I'll be telling you straight up. I was telling you straight up right now. They're petty, guys. Come on. But let's let the people speak their minds. That would get it out of their system. Hey, and evaluate what it is logically and decide if it's valid or it's not. You know, this is America, who we are. You take an oath up there, protect the Constitution of this country. And the Fifth Amendment is on it, guys. And I want you guys to really think about the oath you took when you raised your right hand that day. Honestly, go home and think about it, guys. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
All right, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. If there's no more discussion,
I just have one thing. So I'm just trying to understand the second oral communication because we're at 9:16 right now. We haven't gone through public hearing yet. We have every single citizen that has wanted to speak has been able to speak during oral communications for items that are not on the agenda. So they've had the opportunity in the beginning to talk about items that are not on the agenda. So looking at this, and then they have 3 minutes at every single item that's on the agenda. So I'm trying to understand what at the end of the meeting, what would they want to talk about that we didn't already talk about in the beginning? So that's my rationale for why the oral communication at the end of the meeting is, I am being considerate of the citizens because again, it's 9:16. We haven't even gone through 2 public hearings. And I don't know who would be able to want to come here at this time because we had some citizens coming in saying, I took time out of my work to come and talk about this. And so I don't understand which part they want. Do they want to talk in the beginning? Do they not want to talk? Like, I'm trying to understand the citizens to figure out what is it, because again, you have an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting, and then you have an opportunity at every single item at the end of the meeting. What else can you bring up that we didn't already talk about? So that's the reason why I don't, that's my thought process as far as, having it after. Again, it's 9:17 now, and we still haven't gotten through the other 2 public hearing items. So that's the reason why I'm trying to understand why we need a second oral communication at the end.
and I would say, it's not your decision to make, council member, what people express or don't express with their 3 minutes. They get 3 minutes at the beginning. They should have 3 minutes at the end. We've done it that way before. And as someone in the public said, it worked out well. We never had people come out and say, yeah, you guys really need to get rid of that second oral communications, other than you and other than your 2 colleagues on the council who really don't like public input. You don't like your feelings hurt. You don't like criticism. I get that, but that's not the job. The job is being able to listen to the public, whether it hurts your feelings or not. It is the job to listen to the public and listen to their input, whether you like it or not. And I believe this is an abridgment of the public's right of free speech to be able to express themselves at both parts of the meeting. And I think that more expression is better than less expression. And I would always argue for that. Sorry if it's taking up your time. It's taking up my time too. They're not leaving. It's taking up their time. And by the way, the items that the folks are able to weigh in on during the meeting are on the agenda. Oral communications can be on anything within the council jurisdiction. So really, it's not your call to make, council member, or your colleagues to tell the people what they can and can't say. And I think more speech is better than less speech. And I'd like to be on the side of more input. We restore the second oral communications. Maybe no one uses it. Maybe everyone uses it. But I think we're here, as I said earlier, to have a public meeting in a public space, allowing the public to peacefully and respectfully give input on their city government and their representatives. And I think that's what we're here to do. And so I think that it's an important function of this public space, which is not here to protect people or here for any one person or any one group in particular. It's here to allow our citizens to be part of the process, to come up with this public business and to present this public business. Emergencies happen and meetings have to be postponed and canceled. That's life. That's wisdom. It's happened over and over again in California. Not often, but it does. And I challenge anyone to cite the authority that says exceptions don't happen, because they do. And if it's good faith that a meeting is postponed or canceled, it is not a violation of the Brown Act. But that's not the topic. The topic of this item is to restore the public's right to have input at the beginning of the meeting and then at the end of the meeting. And I would like to make a motion to restore the second oral communications, page 9, letter N, between public hearings and departmental reports. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Namar.
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
No.
So, I want.
Motion fails. Okay, next
I
item.
wanted to say a
number 5
comment.
is consideration of a resolution. Can we move on or?
Well, I didn't get to say a comment and it wasn't gonna hurt anybody. I just wanted to say it doesn't hurt to put it back on, because for those people that want to say something at the end, that's great. And for some of those that don't. And sometimes there's nobody that wants to at the end. So what is it gonna hurt? It's not gonna hurt anything. Put it back on, but too bad. I didn't get to put.
Councilmember, did you have a comment as
Yes,
well?
I do, because I did request some amendments to be made to the handbook that had to do with just cleanup stuff. And so I just wanted to make a motion to approve the cleanup items that I noted.
I'll second that.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, item 5, consideration of a resolution confirming report from the Code Enforcement Division on delinquent parcels for administrative citations and certification to the 2024-2025 Fresno County tax roll.
Good evening, Mayor, member of the councils.
Can't hear you.
Good evening, Mayor, member of the council. Sorry about that. My name is Jacob Del Cid. I have the honor of serving the city as finance manager here at City Hall. And the item before you is requesting authorization from the council to submit the attached APNs and charges to the Fresno County Special Assessment Tax Roll for admin citations that have been delinquent. One thing I'd like to note is that 9 of the citations on the admin citation list have gone through a change of ownership, meaning that the initial owner of the property who was issued the citation is no longer the owner of the property now, no longer the owner that will be assessed the fee on the special assessment. And so we would like more, finance would like more direction from the council on how to go about handling those, since they may not sit well and they might not seem fair to those new property owners who are responsible for that assessment. And we would just like some direction on that as well, and just your authorization. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding these citations and the list of charges.
That will bring the matter back to council if there are any questions before we open the matter
I have
to
some
the public
questions.
for the public hearing.
Jacob, okay, you're saying that some of these are not the owners of the property,
Yeah, those are 2 issues. These are 2 different issues.
right?
Well, yeah, if I may add, what Mr. Del Cid is referring to is that our normal process is any property that is delinquent at least a year, sometimes, as in this case, several years on administrative citations, we lien the property. And so over that time, there have been some, since I think 2008, there have been some properties that haven't paid the citations. We're now proposing to lien them, but we have, the property owners have reached out to us and let us know that they were not the original property owners that were originally cited. And so what we're hoping to obtain from council is a decision as to whether those particular properties can be excluded from this list that is sent to Fresno County. And the city attorney can chime in, and then they can go through the appeals process, because our assumption is that they were never given the proper appeals opportunity, or, you know, the due process for them to say, hey, we are not the actual property owners. And so I don't know if the council can also waive the citations at this point, city attorney. But there are a couple of different avenues that the council can choose to take before this list is sent over to the county for liens on the property.
I'm still not clear. Because you can go on county records, pull the parcel and know who the owner is. So you're saying that this is from back 2008 list?
No, I think they go back to 2018. Is that correct, Mr. Del Cid?
The oldest citation is from 2018, correct?
Oh, 2018. Okay, but I'm still confused because you can pull the parcel on county records and know exactly who the owners are.
Correct. So when the discrepancy is the initial property owner, when the citation was issued, was one owner, the previous owner. When we do our audit and pull the aging report and accounts receivable for outstanding invoices as of, this report was done in mid-June. Either the old property owner sold the property and never took care of the citation or appealed the citation, and now the new property owner is being held responsible for the citation that wasn't taken care of by the previous owner. And
Okay.
that previous owner had 30 days from issue of the citation to either pay or appeal the citation, and that was never done.
How long was the citation in force before the lien? Because if the city put a lien, then you couldn't sell that without that.
There was no
That
lien
fee
placed on
being,
this.
assessed.
This is to issue that charge to the special assessment tax rule. There was no lien initially placed on it.
This is what this process is doing. Yeah.
Why so long?
Yeah.
So back from 2018, I couldn't speak to those who were in 2018, but last year when we did it, it must have been missed, and that's why with this audit now, this in-depth audit now, is we caught it this time, and so now we're bringing it to
I mean, it's
council.
kind of unfair to assess people who didn't have the problem with their property.
Right.
Has code gone, I mean, so these were one-time violations?
Correct, and this is why we're requesting direction from council for those, the older ones and what's forward.
Well, I mean, it's only fair to waive these charges if they're not the owners. You know, if someone bought that property and that was, you cited the previous owner, I mean, it's not fair to the new owner. So why should they be responsible? It's not their fault that the city took too long to go after these people. I mean, it's not blaming you, but there wasn't any follow-up. I mean, when you send a citation, don't we follow up like in 30 days, 60 days? After 90 days, it goes to the county. I mean, it should be that quick. That's just what I'm saying. You know, that would be my process.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't look at something 2018 and now we're in 2024. That's a huge gap. So it's the right thing to do. I mean, you can't go penalize someone that doesn't own the property. It wasn't their mistake.
And that's why we're coming to council
Yeah,
for that direction,
agree.
so. Yeah.
I agree also, but at the same time, if from 2018, somebody took possession in 21 or 22 and they still haven't cleaned it up and done things, then that's a separate issue because at the end of the day, we can discuss that here in this meeting, but tomorrow morning, my worry is we give somebody a break, but tomorrow morning that place still is a nuisance because we gave him that break. So now he's got another 2 years and then they're coming and saying, hey, you guys ain't doing nothing about this. And at the end of the day, it comes down to administratively. What happened in 2018, you have no control of. And you're doing a great job by presenting what we got going on. But and those things will trickle down and that's just municipal government, right? You find out, you catch. But in hindsight, there are resident, you know, what's the right way to approach this? But At the same time, I want to call to the attention to the council is that we want to beautify, and that's why you abate people, right? You make sure that they follow through and they clean the property. So I think we need to, yeah, give them a break, but at the same time, look at the ones that took possession 2 years ago and if they still haven't done anything. I mean, this is my own opinion. We still gotta put some, our foot down and responsibility on those owners, because if I take possession or we take possession of a building, you're gonna have to maintain it and still clean it up. So this is my own opinion, but I do agree that we can't force or charge anyone for the lacks of our administrative, but at the same time, we have to do some kind of administrative to make sure that they're adhering to the cost.
And I would say that during the disclosure process of a sale, they should have disclosed that, the homeowner. So if they would get penalized for this, they should go after, well, they should seek a remedy from the parties that they bought the home from for not disclosing that there was a citation out there. Maybe perhaps an idea or a solution to this might be to ask code enforcement to go out to these properties and reassess them, just to see, there aren't that many, just to see if the nuisance still exists. And if it does, then they should get cited, and they should be first on the citation list. So they get one get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
But that's it. Anybody have anything else? Okay, this is a public hearing item, so we will open this item to the public. This public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to make a comment about this?
Hello, my name is Ron Head. I'm at 2345 Keith Street, just one block that way. And I am the golden ticket holder. I am the 2018 $3,000 fine. And the house has actually traded hands 2 times since that $3,000 fine. And I can tell you the first person that took the property over, renovated, flipped it, did a good job at flipping. Then we acquired the property, didn't like the yard, ripped it all out, and now it is becoming lush with trees, bushes, flowers. We have a white picket fence. And I'm being fined $3,000. So I'm very happy to hear everything that's been said thus far. I'm trying to contain my emotions with this because, as you can tell, it's quite an aggravating situation. And to that end, I want to make mention of Jacob here. I was on the phone with him. He was helpful. He guided me here. He was also very respectful and tolerant of my upset mood. So credit, kudos, thank you. And there's nothing I can say that you all haven't already said other than I know who did the code violation and I'd be happy to help you go find them.
Gotcha. Thanks, Mr. Head. You're actually on the next public hearing item, but appreciate you standing up there. And that is a very weighty fine you're discussing. So thank you. Yeah, we'll bring that back. Or do we have any other input on this public hearing item? Mr. Zapata?
My name's John Zapata, 2529 Rodeo Street. And I believe I'm on that list currently, if I'm not mistaken. I got my issue resolved and I'm just here to explain that I know you guys are discussing like it's a damage or dirty property, anything like that. But my name was on there for a firework situation with the previous tenant. So just letting you guys know, it's not just cleanup of the property. It's for other violations also. So once again, I don't think it's fair to get the new owner with any fines. I mean, it's not their fault. Seems like the city drug their feet to get it to this list. And so why penalize the new owner? But as far as me, mine's been resolved thanks to the city. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody online or on the phone with input on this item?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For the caller calling in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we will close the public hearing and refer the item back to council.
Okay, well, I have just a quick question, Mayor. Mr. Zapata brought up a good point. Why do we have the firework violation and property nuisance all in one, shouldn't they be separate? Because that's how it was before.
No, with regard to how it's listed under the municipal code, they're all administrative citations.
Oh.
And so they're all, I mean, they're for different reasons, but they all fall under the category of admin citations.
About how many of these are, what percentage of these are fines for properties that were sold for the wrong people? In effect?
I think, oh, go ahead.
So on the list, we have, for admin citations, there are 9 change of ownerships.
Okay. So I make a motion to levy these fines except for those who have the change of ownership situation. And for those properties to be inspected in a expeditious fashion in order to see if the code violations still exist.
So,
Second that. Oh.
just kind of a technical question. I'm assuming they're waivers of the fines, but is the waiver contingent upon the condition of the property upon inspection?
I would say it's waived, and this is a whole new, it's the slate is wiped clean and they get to start over and get code to go out. Because it's been hanging over their head for so long, just let them go, and then if they're still violating, then they get fined.
I agree with that, but I want to ask, I want to ask a question, and I don't know if this is the right time to ask. Mr. Zapata brought a good point. So what can you explain to me, and I may miss, if you own a property and your renter fires a firework and he doesn't pay it, so it goes back to the landlord and the landlord has to pay it, correct?
Correct. It's tied to the property.
It's tagged to the property.
And in fact, I think it's a property owner that pays it, not the tenant. Even if they're violating, it goes to the property owner.
That's how it was last.
Or unless the fire department actually sees them setting off the firework, if there's any question, because we had this come up a couple of years ago.
Yeah. If
Remember
they're-
that? They find a lot of people. Yeah.
If they're able to make contact with the tenant who they saw the person light the firework, they would write the citation under the tenant's name. But if it goes unpaid, then it goes to the property owner, because the property owner is on the assessment, on the tax roll.
That's tough. Okay, so the motion still stands. There's a second. Would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Item 6, consideration of a resolution confirming report of the Environmental Control Officer on delinquent parcels for the cost of removal of structures, weeds, rubbish, refuse, dirt, and sidewalk repair to the 2024-2025 Fresno County tax roll.
Good evening again, Mayor of the Council. So this one is the same, this is for authorization to send weed abatements to the Fresno County Tax Collector for collection as well. For the weed abatement specifically, we have 4 change of ownerships on this list, totaling about $12,000. And so notice was given to the property owner, and they have 14 days to abate the property at the time of issuance of the citation. And if it doesn't, then the city is able to go and abate the property and charge for the services. So we're looking for direction to same as the previous item as well, so.
Got it. And how many of these are?
So for weed abatement, there's 4 change of ownerships.
4 of them, okay?
Okay.
This is a public hearing item, so if there are no questions, I'm going to open the public hearing to the public for questions.
I have a quick question, sorry. Again, I just want to ask, when was are we talking back 2018 again, when they were cited?
This is the one that has the 2018 charge on it. So there's one from 2018 on this list.
Mr. Head.
It's for a board up, but that was no change of ownership. That one wasn't the change of ownership.
Okay. And then there wasn't any update, like I mentioned, a follow-up, 30, 60, 90?
So once we get the citation, we send a courtesy invoice to the property owner,
Mhm.
and then a final notice is sent out mid-June for this public hearing, for them to come and protest for this public hearing.
And I would add that when the citation is originally issued, there's a process of following up continuously within a specified time period. So it's not, they don't just get one notice, and then they also have the opportunity to appeal.
I have a quick question because you mentioned there's 4 on here, but there's multiple parcels on here or multiple items, I should say. I guess it's the same parcel, but multiple totals that are due. So out of these are any of those part of the 4? You know what I mean?
Yes, so the 2695 Rose has 2 citations on it, and it's change of ownership. And that is the only one.
Okay, thank you.
Because you got APNs, 2 APNs for E-Day property. And then you've got the same 2 APNs for the Mills. And then you've got the same APNs twice for Michael Sten. So those are presumably 2 different code violations.
Correct.
For each property.
Correct.
The same people. Got it. Okay, with that, we'll open up the public hearing to the public for input on this matter. Do we have any communication from the public? Going to hit that mic? Thank you.
Testing? All right, cool. So just wanting to clarify, because I am a little bit confused. Apparently the service that was hired was called Rapid Board Up, and I thought that was the service that I was being charged for. Now seeing this is about fire concerns. So just making sure we're still on the same page. 2018, I did not do this. I did not own it. I will be granted a waiver.
Yeah. Now, if you didn't own the property when the nuisance occurred, you would not be penalized for that.
Okay.
The code will definitely go out and take a look at your property. Okay. Thank you. Any other public input? Anyone on the phone or online?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you, City Clerk. We will close the public hearing and refer the item back to council. Is there any more discussion, or would council like to entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, on the same basis as the previous one.
Yes.
Call the roll, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. All right, so the next item is going to be future agenda items. This is the part where council requests future agenda items not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Do council members have any items they would like to add to a future council meeting?
Yeah, I'd like to get an update on the lighting and the music for downtown. And then also, well, I'll bring that complaint on my hearing, on my
Okay.
an issue.
Anyone else? Did we get a consensus to add that?
Oh. Yes.
Is there a consensus to add Councilmember Guerra's item? Okay. I'd like to add, I would like to modify the Mid-Valley disposal waste hauler contract to include quarterly alley cleanups, because I just keep talking to so many people who get trash dumped in their alley and it's not theirs. And really, it's unfair for these people to have to pay to call Mid-Valley or wherever the trash hauler is to come out and remove these bulky items. I would like the council to consider adding this to Mid-Valley's contract.
Adding quarterly. I'll second it.
Is there consensus on this item?
Just a quick second before the council votes. I think something like that would also require a ordinance change, because currently property owners are responsible for removing debris that's dumped in the alleyway behind their property. We do have a bulky item pickup service already in the contract with Mid-Valley. So property owners or residents, account holders can call Mid-Valley 2 times a year to pick up bulky items from their property, up to 4 items each of those 2 times. And so that's already built in the contract. So I just want to put that out there and make sure the council is aware of that.
Your objections are noted. Thank you, city manager.
It wasn't an objection, sir. It was just information. Thank you.
Okay, so my original request stands to include an alley cleanup, specifically an alley cleanup, because the bulky items could conceivably be items that you have in your attic or your refrigerator that doesn't work anymore. I'm talking about alley items in order to get rid of these items that other people are putting in our alley right now. We got a mattress.
Yeah.
I mean, these things come up all the time. So, again, my request for the council to consider is to include the alley cleanup, which in my opinion would not require a modification of the ordinance, since, you know, it's happened in the past. I know the healthcare district used to fund alley cleanups, and it worked out really well. The alleys got clean. The healthcare district has changed in the last few years, so they don't really do that anymore. So the city, I think, would be the agency to do this. So again, I'm just putting this out there. I have a second. Does the council wish to roll with this for the next and consider it and have Mid-Valley come out and take a look at this, or not? There's a no from Mendoza Navarro. Do we have a yes or a no from Councilman Trujillo?
It's a no, because I think that what Mid-Valley's, what the contract states is they're picking up. And I have the same concern you have, because at my restaurant, they're dumping and dumping. Those are alleyways. And my tenant has asked me what are you gonna do about it? So what I do is I hire somebody to go pick it up. So the question is, maybe down the road, we could have a discussion of the liability or the factoring in a budgetary item for future budgets to maintain alleyways. And I think that, so no, in my opinion, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho, what's your decision on this? Do we ask them to modify the contract to do a quarterly alley pickup or not? Yes, just an agenda item. It's just an ask. It's just an agenda item to look at it. Can't pass anything. Okay. So there'll be a future agenda item, and I would hope that we could do this within 30 to 60 days. Okay, thank you. Anybody else have an agenda item they'd like to add at this time?
I like to add an agenda item, which would be the one I was gonna just follow up with, is get an analysis on all the alleyways of the expenditures of what it would take to bring up to update the alleyways, what the cost factor would be, if we can actually put it on the agenda so we can go back and look at what our analysis is.
Just to clarify, I understood your request to be an analysis of all of our alleys, what it would cost to upgrade all of the alleys in Selma? Okay.
And I asked that because on our budgetary times, so when we look at what the item really is, the concern really is that our past leadership has not thought that our alleyways are of importance to bring up to standards, right? And I think that we've had a fair amount of residents say that alleyways are a nuisance. They're not. And I think bringing it up to our attention and to giving us a number would actually put us in play to start talking about a factored budget item on our next budget. And I'd like to start discussions on that.
Yeah, and I would say our current leadership has shown that they want the trash taken from the alley to the front, as we saw it tonight. And I'm certainly not afraid of talking about things. I'm
I think
for
that
it.
in the past 12 years, the lack of leadership is the reason why our alleys are the way they are.
Actually, the lack of leadership the last 4 years is why our city is in the financial
I think we need
problems
to
it
move on.
is and doesn't respond to the citizens and won't let them speak. So anyway.
I think it's the
I
contrary.
support Councilman
I think it's the
Trujillo's.
contrary. I think it's the
Talk
fact that
about
they're
the
bringing,
handbook.
I think
I would
it's the
refer you to your
contrary, and I
handbook,
think
sir.
it's just about bringing.
I'd refer
and
you to
talking
your
about
handbook,
factual
sir.
items.
Thank you. Yes, got it. I'm
Just to
for
clarify,
Councilman.
Mayor,
Yes.
the city's not in financial problems. The city is actually in very good financial state. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Sir, you made a comment that the city's having financial problems. I just wanted to make sure that there was no misinformation
Oh,
out
I
there that there are any
beg,
financial issues.
yeah, that could be a future agenda item too. Thank you, city manager. I appreciate that. I would like to, request a financial, an audited financial of the city, a full scale wall to wall audited financial of the city. Do we have, consensus on that? Okay, anybody else?
So just to clarify, the city's financial statements are audited every year as a matter of law. And so we are currently working on the process of auditing our prior year fiscal financial statements. So I'm not sure what's being requested.
So we skipped the financial for 2 years. We didn't have a audited financial for 2 years. We just had a new auditor, Brian Jolly. Yeah, so we didn't have one for 2 years. We don't have a finance director. And now we're talking about the city's financial. I would really like an outside CPA to come in and do an outside financial audit of the city. I realize the city is undergoing another financial audit right now, and I appreciate that. But I think the city needs to be completely transparent in terms of what's going on with the finances. I believe that the current city council is mismanaging the city financially and spending too much money, and we don't know where that money is going. So in that respect, I think we have an issue. But
So just
that
to
is not the
clarify,
topic
just so
for
that
the
there's no
council meeting
misinformation
tonight.
there.
So I'm just looking for that financial. If the city is undergoing a current audited financial, I look forward to seeing that when that audited financial is completed. Are you saying, city manager, that's in process right now?
So just to clarify, once again, Mayor, the city, because of previous staff, was behind on their audits. The current staff has since caught us up with our audits, which the city council has already approved. And we are not behind in any way, shape, or form on our audits. We're actually ahead of the curve. And so, yes, as is customary and as is prescribed by law, we will bring the audited financial statements, which are audited by an independent auditor separate from city staff every year. And those will be presented to council as is typical.
Got it. Just because, I mean, I know we gave big raises a couple years ago with one-time grant money, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that the sustainability of the finances can be continued. So I think that's very important.
No, the report we requested from Jolly, we never received it.
That's true. I did request an amplification of Mr. Jolly's financial report showing a large discrepancy between actual expenditures, actual revenue, and projected expenditures. So just clarifying that. Okay. Anybody else have an item they would like to add to a future agenda? Okay, I do. Pastor Joe brought up March for Jesus tonight. I would like to bring that back and have the pastor come out and do a presentation on that because he's passionate about it, and I think he wants to be a leader in that respect. And I would like to hear more about how we could have another March for Jesus that's safe and that's inspiring to all of us citizens. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a
So
consensus?
just to clarify, the March for Jesus can happen at any time that the applicant submits an application for. I think the comment that we heard tonight was a request to add them to the legacy events.
Okay.
But again, that event can happen without any council action at this point.
Then I'm good for the pastor to be invited to come back to add that to the list of legacy events, because that has been a uniting event in Selma, something that brings us together. And I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Is there a consensus for that?
Sure.
Okay. Do we have another? Okay, that's a yes. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate the robust discussion. Moving on to departmental reports. City Manager?
Yes, thank you to the staff for all the hard work. I think we have some updates with regard to cooling centers and openings of city facilities that have been closed for a while. But other than that, I have no further comment. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I have one thing I just want to address because I've had some time to sit here throughout the meeting and let it stew a little bit, but I just wanted to assure the council that you guys are in good hands regardless of my medical status. As you guys know, your legal services agreement is not with myself. It is with the law firm Griswold LaSalle. I'm an employee of that law firm. That law firm is the largest law firm in Kings County. It has 13 attorneys, 20 support staff. We represent 8 cities. And you know, like I said earlier, I don't plan on taking any maternity leave. The city council meetings are a very small part of what I do for the city. I am constantly answering emails, phone calls, meetings, reviewing things. I don't plan on taking any time off from that. There may be a meeting that I have to miss because I am physically unable to be here, but you will have competent counsel here representing you. And lastly, I just want to say that just because it was a little disappointing, the legal field is very male dominated, and I can guarantee you that if you guys had a male city attorney sitting here that was getting ready to have a baby with his spouse, there would never be a question on his paternity leave. So I just want everyone to be cognizant of that, because I've worked very hard to build my reputation in the legal field, and I am not just a female attorney, I am an attorney. So thank you.
Got it, understood, and absolutely agree. You are, yes, you're a city attorney. Appreciate everything you do. I do have a question for you, city attorney. Putting and just wondering if you could just either you know it or maybe just take a look into it. Mayor Pro Tem Cho had asked for term limits to be put on the ballot. We are, from what I understand, we're proceeding with that. We're a general law city. Are we allowed to put term limits on the ballot as a general law city? Apparently there's some case law that we're not. And I just wanted to confirm with you that it is legal, because if it isn't, the decision doesn't mean anything and it's an extra expense for the city. So just want to, you don't have to do it right now, but if you could just confirm that for the city.
I believe that was a question that already came up, but I will look back into it and get that information to you just to make sure.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Deputy City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Only announcement, we have a public scoping meeting for a project which has appeared on the development updates presentation, the Casitas project. The public comment period for the notice of preparation for the environmental document is currently open for comment. Staff will be holding a scoping meeting this Thursday at 4 p.m. in these council chambers to accept comment for that project.
Thank you for that, Deputy City Manager. Okay. Director Venegas?
To report.
Thank you. Community Services, Liz Martinez.
Good evening. So a couple things to touch bases on. The cooling center's staff is monitoring the weather. And so on the second day that it hits 105 or higher, that's when we activate the cooling center. And so for this week, we're going to mellow out a little bit, but we will be picking up those services at the police department, possibly starting next week, depending on the weather. I just wanted to update you on the 3rd of July. We did have a successful 3rd of July. We were out there. It was nice and toasty, but we did draw a crowd. So everything went well there. And then just a last reminder on the Parks Master Plan survey. So that does close this Friday. So the QR code is set up outside in the lobby, and then you can find the link or the QR code on the city's website, on our city's Facebook page. There are banners posted at 3 of our parks. So it's at Ringo, Brettlinger, and Schaefer Park. And so we highly encourage the community to take that survey and give us feedback. Again, that's going to help us move forward with our Parks Master Plan within the next few years. And so again, that's my last spiel about that one for a bit. That does close this Friday. And then I just wanted to highlight a few things that the Selma Art Center is doing. So they do have an art exhibit that has been running since July 8th and will run until the 26th. And so they partnered with a few local artists that have provided some art pieces that are out on display at the Art Center. And so you can visit that Monday through Thursday, 1 to 5, and then Fridays from 5 to 9 until the 26th. They also have their tickets are live for the Evil Dead the musical, and so that opens August 16th, closes September 7th. And they're also taking registrations right now for the Cool Kids Player. They're doing a children production for the Addams Family. So registration is $50 per child, and that ranges from ages 7 to 17. So that would be a really wonderful production to see in the fall. They're going to start doing auditions for that within the next coming weeks. So keep an eye out for that. That's all I have to report.
Great. Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could jump, because it's kind of community services related, associated food truck. Yeah, so on Friday, last Friday, we had a food truck event that was canceled downtown. That event will occur this Friday, weather permitting, heat permitting. It'll be located on the corner of High and First Street in the parking lot with a small closure along First Street. So there will be multiple food trucks out at that location on Friday.
Got it. And then it looks like 103, 104. What's the cutoff temperature for that event getting postponed?
I think we cut it off at 105 this last week. And so we're going to be right under that. So we're hopeful to have the event. Yes, the Selma Art Center is working on getting the ABC license to sell alcohol at that event. And there will be live music and just other small vendors as well. So
Another beer garden at the Art Center, though, that was pretty popular.
So yes, but the beer garden will actually be right next to the food trucks in the parking lot. So
Cold-
you
cold
won't have
beer.
to walk. Yes, nice and cold beer. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I have a quick question. I had a customer or a vendor call me to complain. They said they want to know, is this part of the block party that you guys were throwing on Fridays? No, something totally different?
This is
Okay,
separate. This is the downtown business improvement that is doing events on Friday nights.
so the bid?
It is.
The bid's
yes,
doing it? Okay,
correct.
it's doing it.
And there are 4 food trucks. There were some vendors that were on waiting lists to get in there. It's pretty popular. Is just having this in a parking lot the future of these types of events, or will they scale out again?
I think depending on the success of the event will determine the scale of the event. I
Okay.
think in terms of getting a food truck event started, there was one last year, ensuring that we got participation from food trucks to ensure a minimum amount and a variety. I think we capped, and reached out to specific vendors early to ensure that the event was a success through the bid. And so in the future, registration in other spots, if the event is successful, we would obviously have more vendor spots available for other people to.
Because I think the point is having local vendors too, local
believe so.
representation. Thank you.
Can just mirror that really quick. I would just like to add that we are looking into doing more of these events in downtown as well, but we also have the Grinch Miss event that will run very similar to the block party. And so there will be other opportunities for vendors to participate in these types of events.
Great, thank you. Okay, City Clerk, Public Information Officer.
Mayor, members of the council, public those viewers that are watching online. Just wanted to remind everyone that the general the general municipal election for the candidate nomination period has opened. Today is the first day that it opens and it ends August 9th. The for questions, please contact my office, or you can contact the county clerk's office directly. The other thing I wanted to bring to everyone's attention is there is an encroachment permit that will begin Tuesday, tomorrow, and that'll be the installation of underground fiber optic conduit. And that will be along East Front Street, and that project will take 10 days. So I know the contractor has gone out today and notified the 10 businesses that it is affecting. So the concern would be that it would impact parking temporarily for those 10 days.
Do we know when the PG&E is going to be done at Floral and Thompson? Those lights are going to stop blinking?
I would have to defer that over to the Public Works Director. I do not have that information.
Which is good timing because I think Mr. Hahn is next.
Yes, thank you.
Director Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as the lights go, again, this is Rule 16 work being done by PG&E. There are, I believe, 7 or 8 locations along the Golden State Boulevard corridor that are affected in that county project where work is taking place through the Rule 16 work. PG&E is PG&E, and we're dealing with what we get. So I would love to give you a time frame. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer. Neither did the director from the county. So it's up in the air at this time, unfortunately. So real quick, I'll jump into what I've got. I have quite a few things to go over, and I apologize for missing 2 weeks ago. I had a back injury, so a lot to update. I'll be real quick. I'm going to start with the animal shelter. About 5 weeks ago, when we started first experiencing the excessive heat, we had temperatures in the main building that were exceeding 100 degrees. The cooler unit is an 8-ton unit, and the square footage of that metal building, it cannot keep up with the heat like we've been having. So going through a very quick process, and this was an emergency to get this taken care of. I'm happy to announce that both the main building and the intake building, as of the 9th of this month, were completed with insulation.
Wow.
It all has R30 3-inch insulation through the whole building. And I can tell you last week, I was out with COVID last week, but was in contact with staff. The AC unit was able to keep the building during the heat index when we hit 113. The hottest it got in the building was 88 degrees.
Wow.
So it is a phenomenal job that the guys have done. And I can tell you that Terry and the other staff at the shelter are very happy about that. That project is the beginning of what will be many more things to come. There's several issues with drainage for the washdown areas that we're trying to address now. So animal shelter will continue to be an ongoing project, and I will keep you posted as we move through that. Senior Center, super exciting. We have kind of been stalled for the last 3 weeks. The reason why is because one of the 3 AC units was back ordered. It was the 12-ton unit. I just received a word from Sergio at Yamabe and Horn, who is our project manager for that project, that this afternoon he got clarification and verification that the units would be delivered sometime the end of next week. So that being said, the following week, we should be installing those units. So unfortunately, we're not completed yet, but that is the last piece of the puzzle to get that project finished. So I'm really hopeful that by the end of this month, we are going to be right there close to the finish line. And that's huge. We also are looking into and have procured some equipment, but we're going to put a security ring bell system on the senior center building. It's come up from staff that there's a lot of after hours work that's going on there, and having security, being able to have the front door locked, but knowing if somebody comes to the door and needs assistance with something, that if somebody's there, that they can get their attention. So we're looking into ring bell camera systems. It's a good alternative for the cost compared to going to like hard wiring alarm systems and camera systems. Moving on to the Salazar Center, as I mentioned previously in a staff report, that the roof was completed in March. We've also ordered brand new backboards, 4 backboards for the basketball courts with hoops. Those should be in by the end of this week. As soon as they're in, we'll be installing those. I can tell you that the splash pad is actually functioning at this point. Our contractor came last Tuesday, and parts that they knew they needed right up front were replaced, and it functions. Once we started up the splash pad, we realized that there were a couple of small components that still needed to be replaced. One of them is like a chlorine separator. They're minor parts, but we feel as staff that we are going to be able to, for very cheap, what's left to fix on it, that we are going to be able to get that splash pad functioning, and it should be good for the next 2 to 3 years. So it gives us a water feature at Salazar Center for the kids in that area over there to come and play, which we're really excited about. We've also ordered the 2 new steel doors. The doors that were on the building were rotted from rust. So those have been ordered. They should also be in by the end of this week. As soon as they come in, they will be installed. Hoping to get the kids back over there from Weed and Seed by the end of the month. That's our goal on that one as well. That will be an ongoing project because once school comes in, we have flooring to do and some other things, but we will work that in between the school schedule for the kids. We want to get it open, get the kids out of Weed and Seed. So that's it for Salazar. Brettlinger Fence Project, our contractor started 2 weeks ago. They've actually removed all of the chain link fence. They have drilled and set all of the new posts and concrete. And as soon as they're done forming the mow strip over the top of those posts, they're going to pour that. We're hoping by the end of the week that will be poured. And once that's done, they'll stretch the new fence up and they will move on to the wrought iron. They're still looking at a total of 4 weeks. So we're looking at 2.5 more weeks. We should be pretty close to wrapped up with that. So that's pretty exciting. And real quick, going to Brettlinger, so it's not to do with the fence, but we 2 weeks ago had a electrical engineer out to look at what we need to do to install the pickleball lights for the pickleball courts. And I can tell you that we had pickleballers on the court when we were out there, and they were pretty excited about it. One thing that we have looked at currently, the basketball courts and the tennis courts, the lighting is on timers. And we don't want to do timers because there's a lot of time that those courts are lit, especially in the wintertime. We can adjust timers, but they're lit and we're wasting energy. So what we're doing is we're doing push button lights. So the basketball courts and the pickleball lights, once they're installed, will have a push button and you push it and it's basically 30 minutes of light time. And you can walk over and push the button again. That's going to save energy for the city, save money for the taxpayers. So we're also looking into that. He said about 4 weeks for design for that. And then once we get that design, then we'll actually put out to public bid for that one. The weed abatement and the LLMDs we've got all of the ponds were done pretty much by the 3rd of July, which we were trying to beat the big event that we had for 4th of July celebration. We got that done. We are working on LLMDs every week. We're pretty caught up on those, but there's still some loose ends. We're trying to wrap up on getting that stuff cleaned up, but that is an ongoing weekly project. Weed abatement down Golden State Boulevard on our right of way has pretty much been taken care of at this point. Sidewalk benches, a couple council meetings ago, there was discussion about a couple of benches here in the downtown area, one of them being in front of KFC, the other one directly across the street on McCall. Those benches have been refurbished and reinstalled, and we've already gotten a lot of comments that people are really happy they can sit down and not get splinters of fiberglass. So there is one more bench that the staff is looking at removing right now next to the DJ Gardner building or the DJ Gardner establishment, and that bench is going to be also pulled out, revamped, and then reinstalled. So staff's currently working on getting over there to get that bench out and put the new boards on it and get it painted. So that'll be done in the next week or two. City Hall lobby remodel. Obviously, you guys can see what's done out in the City Hall, out in the lobby out there. That wrapped up about 2 weeks ago. We did go ahead and install security locks on the doors here and the door leading to the hallway to the break room. I believe that everything, we're kind of 100% on that right now. We are working on the new signage that's going to go above the doorways to replace the old signs that were up there that had community development and then finance. We have direction from HR and staff what they want on those new signs. So we're actually making those signs in our sign making room right now. So those will go up as soon as they're finished. And I think for the most part, City Hall will be pretty wrapped up for what we had planned out there. The big one right here, street signs. So I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, Jess Hernandez has completed making 28 brand new signs. And this is just one guy doing it and when he can get in there and get it done. This is for the neighborhood that extends from Nelson to Floral and McCall to Orange. Basically, what we're going off of and what was provided to the city manager originally was for a map to locate for where our sign locations are at. We basically used our street sweeping map because it's color coordinated and it actually gives you dates and times. We use that map to kind of identify the locations around town and just kind of categorize them. So that is the current location that we are finishing up the making of those signs. Those signs, by the end of this week, Jess said by Thursday that we would start installing those signs in that location. Once that neighborhood is finished, the next neighborhood we will be going to will be over by Valley View. It will be the Salazar residential location over there. Those signs are terrible. You can't even see the writing on them. So that is our next stop. But we are currently and actively working on street signs daily and weekly. The last thing that I have is, and it got brought up tonight, is the traffic signal on Floral and Whitson. It's flashing, has been flashing, will unfortunately continue to flash. Part of the county's project is the cabinet that operates the traffic signal is sitting on the Chevron property right on the corner. That cabinet is outdated, it's shot, and the part of the project is to replace that cabinet and replace it with new equipment. They can't do that until PG&E has done their work. So I know, and unfortunately, that light is that light and the light at Highland and Golden State are the two lights that every time we get a power surge from PG&E, it trips them. And the last time we got a surge last week, it fried it. It's done. So unfortunately, and I know how busy that intersection is, especially in the morning for the morning commute, it is going to be a matter of contention until PG&E can get in there and get that work done. And that is all I have.
I got a question for you. First of all, thank you for everything you're doing. That was a great report. Secondly, going back to the animal shelter, are they gonna put misters in out there? Because it sounds like they're full again and there are a lot of dogs outside. Are there any plans to put some?
So I haven't heard anything about misters, but I can tell you that we've gone in the last week and a half and assembled the new kennels to fill those the block slots that are on the outside along the south side of the property. We have just finished doing those last week and getting those installed so that they can utilize that space right there. What I've been in discussions with is mainly about drainage. There's some major issues with the strip drain that runs along the front of the kennels. It's just plugged up. It's not
when we put that in?
Yeah, it's not a good setup. So we're trying to work through how we can remedy that problem. Misters have not come up, no, sir.
Any dogs didn't survive the heat or are they all doing okay?
From what I understand, we lost one kitten that was about 3 weeks old, and it's really sad because I have to tell you honorably, Mr. Mayor, I went and adopted a cat 2 weeks ago. I got a little Siamese cat. But yes, we did lose one kitten. They had about 7 of them in there when the heat hit. And we got portacools from the rental company and got them in there and set up, but unfortunately one did not survive. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. We don't have oral communication. That didn't make the cut. Thank you though. Thank you. And then I had a resident ask me about the sidewalks, and this could be related to Golden State, but Whitson and Stillman near the mobile home park there, Stillman Mobile Home. It's not finished. Is that one of those items? Is that that's not a railroad right away, right?
It's part of that railroad, the
is.
UP, yes.
Okay.
And just to reiterate real quick what the director said, I have personally dealt with UP in San Luis Obispo on a project, and we had to physically send an engineer on a plane to Nebraska to their main corporate office to get resolution on that project.
Wow.
They are not easy to deal with.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Public Works Director? Okay. Police Lieutenant Cannon?
I have nothing to report this evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Council reports. Council Member Mendoza Navarro?
Yeah, I just have a couple of things. First, I want to say thank you to staff for all of their hard work. I'm sorry that I missed the 4th of July or the 3rd of July celebration. My whole family was gone, so I had nobody to go over there with, but I did watch it from my mom's house. She was there, she was home. But I did attend a webinar on the Grants Pass versus Johnson. And they had really good facts on that, but basically the overview is that to not criminalize the unhoused for being homeless. You know, that's the biggest thing, and that we really need to be thoughtful of the ordinances that we put in place, you know, that the cities put in place to make sure that we don't criminalize the unhoused for being homeless. And then I'm part of the Selma Catholic Women's Club, and so we issued 10 scholarships yesterday to 10 recipients, obviously. And so they were all able to give a report of where they're going to school. So they're all pretty much, attending college. And so that was, we did that yesterday. And I just want to say that we, in light of what happened on Saturday, I think that we all need to pray for our country and that we need to close the gap on the division. I think that this nation and just in our local government even, it really had me reflect on, the negativity and the division and the hate and the, just all of the bad things, just because we're not on the same page doesn't mean that we don't care about our city. Just because we don't work here, we're not, don't care about our citizens, but this is for the whole nation. I think that we just need to close that divide and close that gap on all the division. And, we can't say, oh, don't run for this or don't run for that. We all have choices. We all have our choices of what we do. And I stand firm here. And, I made sure that I asked, and basically my job's not done. So, with that, it's just, I pray for our country, and most of all, I pray for our city. And I just ask that everyone do the same. Thank you.
Councilmember Trio?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Kara?
Okay. I did attend the July 3rd firework event. It was a really nice event. So even though it was hot, it was still a great event. And just on a personal note, I just want to say that they gave the verdict on one of our citizens here in Selma that was killed 3 years ago. Israel Trevino, a very close friend of ours. He was very involved in the community, and the justice system got it right. The perpetrator was charged of all charges, so that was a good thing. And I want to just say that for those citizen here in Selma, they took a lot of, they're going through a whole trauma, another traumatized event, just waiting. And they finally gave that verdict today. So I just want to say, keep our citizens in prayer, because they've been Selma residents for a very long time. And, they can start to heal. So just keep them in prayer. That's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, staff, for your hard work. All I did is I did attend the July 3rd, and we sold a lot of tickets, and we had some veterans come, and they were really happy because veterans got in free. So they were really happy about that. So that's all I did.
Okay, thank you. I attended the 3rd of July, the Chamber of Commerce City of Selma fireworks celebration. Thank you, city, for doing that and being out on an exceptionally hot night. Let's see, I attended an SKF meeting. I attended a Fresno Council of Governments Subcommittee meeting for the Executive Director Employment Search. They're looking for an executive director, and I'm on that subcommittee. And so that search is going along. I had a question from a community member for the city manager. There is, and I would have asked Engineer Horn, but he's not here. So I'll ask the city manager. The Legacy, Pastor Alvarez's Legacy Youth Center, apparently they're not getting a permit to open because the city needs to inspect the premises first. Are you familiar with that situation, city manager? Is there anyone that we could direct to Legacy to expedite the situation?
Yes, Mayor, I'd be happy to look into the matter and communicate with Pastor Joe with regard to the inspection that's required.
Thank you. And it was actually one of the board members. It was Shar Tucker who had had the issue with it because apparently the city is linking the release of funds or something. I'm not familiar with the whole situation without the building itself being inspected and finalized. Again, I'm not that close to the situation, but apparently the city's holding on to some money and will not release the grant money for the Legacy until that building inspection is completed and completed satisfactorily. And the Legacy has an issue with the release of that grant money being conditioned on the favorable inspection of the building. So if you could maybe deal with the Legacy board on that, Ms. Tucker and Pastor Joe.
Yeah, I can look into it.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight on an extremely hot night. It stayed at 82 degrees. So thank you again, and we'll see you at the next council meeting. Good evening, everybody.